Welcome everyone to the first official World Championship of the Magic era. I am super excited to bring this to everyone. We have amazing competitors, amazing decks, and some interesting twists. Before this tournament came out, there was a big dinner with all the competitors invited. At the head of this dinner was the creator of the game. The creator of the game let everyone know a few things. Unfortunately, recently there was a robbery, and while the entire top 8 was going to get prizing, now only the top 3 will be getting prized. To make up for it, everyone will be getting a little money, things to make up for their time. All of their trips have been covered. But there have also been a few changes to the tournament that everyone will have to be strapped in for. But very importantly, everyone in that room was going to be learning something brand new. A spell that has been baked into each and every card, allowing you to summon forth a facsimile of the monsters. And this spell will be making its premiere at the World Championships with all of these people here. So, everything got way more intense. All these cameras are going to be getting an amazing view of what will appear to be real monsters fighting it out. I hope everyone's ready. The competitors are on high alert and ready to go. And since this is a seeded tournament, why don't we go ahead and get to the number 32 seed, the fairy underdog, Lee May. Lee May barely made it by the skin of her teeth. A poor woman, her deck is made of cards that she could afford. When she got to the tournament, another competitor noticed and got her a new deck. However, she still wants to see through her huge revolution since it got her here. That's right, Huge Revolution, played by Lee May, is our 32nd deck. And she's not giving up. 32nd means every single duel is going to be uphill. But she's ready for it. And I believe her. But that means we also have to take a look at our 31st ranked competitor, the Desert Flower, Sabia. A desert dryad, Sabia was sent by her circle. While she's starting in a low position, she wants to show what nature is capable of. Do not underestimate the wind. Sabia is here with her Desert Twister, unlimited spell pops, a special summon. This deck is going to be hugely flexible and very powerful. I say you keep an eye out on it, as well as you keep an eye out on our next competitor. Someone who's more than just the destination. Journey. A young witch, Journey wants to show her coven what she's capable of. She may be young and accident prone, but she's more than able to handle any spell or game thrown her way. Journey is here with the Gate Guardian. Sangha, Kazejin, Suijin, each piece is able to handle many boss monsters on their own. And 3750? Come on. It's going to be hard to beat that attack. She's excited. She's ready. Who else is ready? Is rank 29. The Silent Assassin. Shy. The quietest competitor today. Shy's not said a single word to anyone else. He seems solely focused on the new incantation for summoning the creatures forth, almost transfixed on it. He has been practicing, perhaps more than anyone, the ability to summon forth his Gagagigo. And we'll see how it works out for him. Maybe he's stealing his nerves. Maybe he's focused on something else. It's really hard to say with someone this quiet. But, 1850, that by itself is going to beat a lot. Let's see what else his Water Reptile deck can do. However, next up is the Frozen Soul, number 28, Olwen. The revived corpse of a lost soul in the mountains. Olwen found games to help him cope. The ice deck feels almost ironic, but why deny what fate gives you? That's right, Olwen is here with the ice counter deck, led by Ice Master. And it's obviously doing him well if he's at Worlds, even at a low rank. Very few others can say that they're here. So, you have to be ready. As is the child savant. You know him. Panay, the youngest competitor today. Panay hopes he can make everyone see how cool his deck is. He hasn't seen many people with monsters with attack points nearly as high as Metal Zoa. Panay, you know him. He's here to swing for big numbers and have fun with it. And I mean, obviously it served him well. He's a low-ranking pro right now, but we'll have to see what that means for him after the first couple rounds. See how well he does. I mean, Metal Morph is sick, and we know he knows how to play it. And he's going to lock in. Much like the next competitor, rank 26, the Grand Master. Idris, one of Hell's top strategy gamers. His skills moved easily to the new card game Sweeping the Realms. His chess-themed Archfiend cards felt natural, but the gambling aspect of them doesn't feel perfectly flavorful to chess. I mean, very few things involve as much skill as chess, but for some reason, his chess deck involves rolling dice, so he doesn't feel as perfectly on top of everything as he'd like. But that's okay. Obviously, he's done well so far, and he'll get to keep it going. Someone else who's doing well. Number 25. The Machine Menace. Jonya. A college engineering student, Jonya has been slacking in classes to play more and more of this game, and it clearly paid off. This break from school, he hopes, means big things. Jonya's here with the Machine King, and he keeps it pretty straightforward. Engineering isn't about being fancy, it's about getting the job done, and few things are going to get the job done quite like the Machine King and Machine Beatdown. Hopefully, Jonya, you can keep things moving forward. The next person hoping to keep things moving forward, rank 24. Draconis' Delight. Farah, the lowest ranking dragon in the tournament. She's very excited to show what her ritual dragons can do. She's more than capable of patient play and pushing aggression when she needs. The ritual dragon deck led by Saphira is very tricky. There's some, unlike a lot of decks, they've got hand traps, onboard effects, a lot of card drawing. She's going to be very capable of switching up what she needs to do when she needs to do it. We'll have to see, though. I mean, no one here is going to be a pushover. And knowing, she's only the lowest ranking dragon, who knows what the other dragons are capable of. Next up is the Gambler's Delight. Heart, a pro poker player. She found the Face Knights an interesting theme, of course. She could see the through line of skill, luck, and bluffing needed, and feels like these skills will all transfer to duel monsters perfectly. I mean, if you're a pro in another game, maybe you can be pro here, especially another card game. Her Arcana Knight Joker, the rest of the Face Knights, they could pack a punch. We'll have to see, though. Are those skills really transferable? Next up, however, is someone who we know and believes in pure chivalry and knighthood. It is Mark. Mark was shocked to find out he wasn't the only military... Mark was shocked to find out he wasn't the only member of the military here, but that was kind of a relief. Being here without his friends is such a change. However, Case sent him with a few cards from his own deck. They are combining their friendship and skills, and Mark will aim for the top. That's right, there's at least one member of the military here besides Mark. Perhaps we'll see them soon. But the other thing, Mark's deck got an upgrade from Case's cards. So he's hoping, with that little bit of a boost from his friends, he'll be able to get there. Next up, however, is a very mysterious individual. Cloaked in black. Jet. A demon made of shadow, Jet is held by force of will to stay together. The mask deck shows, just like Jet, there could be more than many expect hidden under what you see. Right, Jet is our mask player, and I mean, it's a very tricky, very powerful deck. Who knows what's in store? We'll have to find out. However, at rank 20, aiming to be at the very top of the pyramid, Jen. A museum curator, much like her coworker Samir, she hopes that the game can help her teach lots of people via the fun of games and learning. That's right, Jen is here with a Sphinx deck known as the Pyramid of Light. She's hoping to teach everyone while she plays, knowing this will be televised. Maybe everyone can learn from her. We'll have to find out. But there are people here who are trying to win, including the ever-friendly Kaina. People who don't know Kaina will think of her as an absolute sweetheart. Those who do know she's terrifying. Jinzo's the perfect monster for someone who loves a lockdown game like she does. Kaina is very, very nice when you first meet her, but she is definitely looking to make things as painful as possible in the game. Jinzo's here to stop all your traps and who knows what else. She's definitely going to make it difficult for anyone across the table from her. Someone else who's very good at making things difficult is the insect aficionado, Picrew. Picrew has been a mess all through the prep for Worlds. Finally, at the dinner before the event, she steeled her nerves and asked the question, would you consider a pro league? At least she hoped she asked. She was an anxious mess when she asked. Picrew, still desperate to not have to go back to the job she hates, just asked the creator of the card game. And it seemed very messy, and she certainly didn't get an answer immediately. Because I don't know how you respond to that at that time, especially when someone's fumbling their words. But we'll have to see. Picrew's deck hasn't gone through as many changes as some of the others, but that's okay. Dread Scythe Harvester can handle quite a bit, even by itself. Next up, however, is someone she should be nervous of. It is Hell's favorite son, Moloch? Winning Hell's Regionals was simple. All Moloch had to do was stop playing around and it was a clean sweep. The winning ways aren't stopping now that he's got his powerful game plan. Moloch is coming through with a very interesting deck. Just like before, it's a little off kilter, but it's powerful. The Berserk Dragon is not his only massive monster here to take names, and I expect him to be a real threat. Much like our next competitor, rank 16, the Master Magician. Twyla, one of the top mages on Terra, she's here to show the power of a magician. The Dark Magician is a powerful and flexible deck, and she knows nothing can stand up to her easily. The Dark Magician is here, and she's very much a pro at it. It's going to be hard to stand up against some of the absolute range her deck has available. She's coming at it from a unique angle. She's hoping it's going to catch her opponents off guard. Next up, however, is someone who's very good at keeping their opponent off guard due to some very tricky strategies. Number 15, the Quiet in the Night. Gigi, a Chandler who has taken a lot of damage to her soul from spirits. However, that does mean she's easily learned how to use a spirit deck in this game to really step up, to show how she has a lot of fight in her. Yeah, Gigi is here with the spirit deck led by Izanagi. It's a very off-kilter deck, something a lot of people are not going to have experience with. You know, if she can deal with having to normal summon every turn, she can deal with most of the field very interestingly. Someone else who's used to normal summoning, however, is the Ironclad Warrior, Krieg. Still licking his wounds from the Ryder incident, Krieg will not be giving up improvement until he can bring those criminals to justice. At least he has the upside of seeing one of his favorite people again. Hopefully they both do well. That's right, Krieg is our other member of the military, and while he's happy to support Mark while they're here, that's not who Krieg is most excited to see. We'll have to find out who that is soon, however, as Krieg's Gemini deck is going to have to really step up to see if, he can really improve enough to take down the Riders when given the chance. But the Riders may be also familiar to the next up. As they rev up, Iggy, a member of a motorcycle gang. Iggy has been concerned for his missing younger sibling since there was a raid on their hideout. He wasn't there, so he has deniability. So hopefully, if he can win, this prize can help him find them. That's right. Iggy was not there for the raid. No one knows who Iggy is, even though he's standing right next to someone who did said raid. He's hoping perhaps they can get things sorted, But there's nothing he can really do now but compete in his volcanic deck. It really, really brings the pain when he needs to. However, another familiar face comes in. A man of many decks. The one, the only. Aiden, the card shop manager and pro. Aiden had already qualified before the regionals, but didn't tell the staff. It didn't really feel important, and he was just playing Ojamas for fun. Now it's time to show what he can do. That's right, Aiden is here with the XYZ Dragon Cannon deck. No playing around with Ojamas today. He's here to really take care of his shop, take care of his people, and repeat what he did back in the beta days and get a high placement. And also hoping to place high is a mage of pen and paper, Celine, a demonic cartoonist who hasn't lived in hell in ages. In fact, she only came out as a demon after the new rules enacted. She may be monochromatic and dour looking, but she loves using her cartoons to create smiles. That's right, there's been a cartoonist living on Earth for who knows how long. And now that the new rules enacted, she felt comfortable to come out, show who she is, and turns out, when she uses a cartoon deck, she's also a damn good player. Expect her tunes to hit from all sorts of angles, and even if they don't, maybe when she's summoning them forth, she can bring in the smiles. Someone else who's not super into smiling, however, is our resident neat freak, Paul, janitor at the museum. Paul's just here to have a good time. The deck he put together feels both thematic, but it also feels powerful. After all, he made worlds with it. Maybe he can keep the momentum up. That's right, we've got a museum curator, but we've also got the janitor at the museum. And his Gravekeeper's deck is no joke. He cleans up your graveyard, he cleans up your art, and he's sitting at the number 10 spot. However, sitting at the number 9 spot is the Beast Warrior baddie, Lacey. After placing first at regionals, Lacey has focused hard on improving her deck and strategy. With Skylar's help, she found a brand new boss monster and new synergies to hopefully show that Mama don't play around. That's right, Lacey's here, and placing 9th after winning regionals. Definitely not bad. Her Manticore of Darkness brings a whole new edge to her Beast Warrior deck, and we'll have to see if it works for her. But she's not the only powerful woman, as stepping up is the Muscle Princess, Diana, a personal trainer who wants to show just because you sit for hours and play this game doesn't mean you can't be in shape. Diana's aggressive style will knock you into shape. She's here, and she's here to flex on the competition. I mean, her Amazonas deck is strong, and shows just like her. Don't worry about it. You can get your physique into shape. Someone else who's getting into shape. Number 7. The ever-magnetic Magnus. Magnus was really hoping Tay would make it, but he still has to focus on his own play today. Top 4 last time means he wants to do even better now. He can't let his fans down after all. That's right. Last time, you may remember he played M Warriors. For those who don't know what the M and M Warrior stands for, it stands for Magnet. So he is here with his new Magnet Warrior deck, and don't expect him to be any slouch. Next up, just outside the top 5, someone who was top 5 before today. The ever, I guess you could say, interesting Nerm, a stoic individual who is here due to the rise in popularity of duel monsters. Nerm has decided to use some of his free time to see what strategies it entails. After looking over the cards, he decided a ritual-based deck fits him. After his regionals, he was curious what Worlds has in store for him. That's right, Nerm is here with a very terrifying Gishki strategy. There's a reason he was top 5 until last night. It's going to be hard to look away. And just a little peek behind the curtain here. This was a deck brought to you by friend of the channel, I guess the second of the real friend decks. And if you know him, Bernog builds terrifying decks, so, we'll have to see what this one looks like. Next up, however, is our 5th ranked competitor. And he's here to really put things together. The ever mysterious Six. The goal is simple for Six. See who could be a threat to his family moving forward. Winning his regionals was a simple goal. He didn't expect that from the others, but he's the 6th. He has expectations. Six is here with Fiendsmith, and it's just as scary as you think. There's a reason Gishki was going to be in 5th place, and he's going to try and really get the information he needs. What could possibly be above him? Well, I think it's our #1 girl boss, Tasha. Owner of a multi-billion-dollar company, many suspect foul play. After all, no one actually remembers seeing her play at a regionals. Regardless, she's here and refuses to elaborate. Tasha's Allure Queen deck is here and is top 5. However, I think people are really underestimating her. Maybe she just flew under the radar, I don't know. But she's not to be trifled with. Who else is not to be trifled with is our 3rd ranked player. And the top ranked dragon in the tournament. The Lord of Magic. Varus, the Archmage of Draconia. He easily won the Draconia Regionals. He came just to see what he's capable of, and can tell from his placement expectations are just as high from everyone else. 3rd place with the Claw of Hermos. His deck is a very interesting mix of beatdown and equip, and man, I don't know how you're supposed to really take that on very easily. But there are those above him who potentially could take him on. One of which is the self-proclaimed destroyer himself, Damon. Damon is here to win. He's still the only competitor with multiple tops. He should be rank 1. Sure, he didn't top the Terran Regional, but this is bullshit. Who could even be above him? Damon was already here with a chip on his shoulder. Lacey and Krieg, the 2 people who stopped him from winning the last 2 regionals, were here. He thought he had a target on those 2, but things have changed now. They put someone above him for no reason. He doesn't even know who it is. Regardless, his deck is even more powerful than the last time we saw it. And the Dark Blade, I mean, just because he didn't quite make it last time, doesn't mean he's going to be a pushover. But who could they have possibly put above Damon? Well, the champ is here. Yukio has arrived. After complications with the event, he was asked to join the bracket. Of course, there was no issue for Yukio. More chances to play the game he loves, and means he gets to be more active to defend his title. Yeah, Yukio was originally going to be defending his title against whoever won in this bracket, but things have been really messed up recently, and he was asked to join in. So screw it. Let's do it. Now he's going to have to win several rounds instead of just one. But he is now bringing a full hero deck. And #1 spot means he's going to have not an easier spot. I think anyone is capable of taking anyone on in this event, so we're going to have to find out. But he's here. And he's ready. And I hope you're ready to see who's going to be crowned our first official world champion of the Magic era. I say, let's hop to it. Welcome back, everyone, to the big event, the first ever official World Championship. I am so excited. We have 32 fantastic decks, 32 fantastic players. I am very excited. Very excited for everyone to see what the prize is going to be. Considering, well, Yu-Gi-Oh's in the bracket after all. It's going to be such a good time. I think literally anyone in this has a chance of winning. I don't think the gap between anyone is as high as you'd expect. This is easily the most powerful bracket I have put together. So I hope you're all excited, and I hope you're ready for the first match of seed number 1. The champ, Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus seed 32, Lee Mei, and her huge revolution. I say let's get to it. Could there be a better first match than this? The best in the world versus a deck that overthrows the one on top? We'll have to see. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Already opening absolutely insane. Pot of Greed into Emergency Call to get the Blade Edge. And there we go, milling the Necro Shade, a couple of face down cards. Lee Mei also opening with Pot of Greed. Ooh, losing the Trap Hole. Dark Room of Nightmare, people running about. Okay, one's not bad. Lee Mei on the offensive already. With a back row. Hero Blast getting back the Sparkman. Getting rid of the Emissary. United Resistance for Lee Mei. No normal monsters in this deck for Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazeman just gonna run that over. Oh. There we go. Human Wave Tactics getting a 2k wall. Bonfire searching up people running about. That is all 3 pieces of the revolution at this point. And able to set up swords. Alright, Yu-Gi-Oh! Already gonna need to power through some stuff here. Sending the Ocean. Necro Shade getting out the Blade Edge. There's the Polymerization, fusing Wild Heart and Stratos for his favorite card, Great Tornado. Going ahead and milling a Clayman here. Lee Mei gonna need a lot here. Milling another Clayman. Alright, Lee Mei, what do you have? Just a bunch of face-down monsters? Sending a Woodsman. Alright, Waboku. Couple of face downs. Yu-Gi-Oh! About to make a big oh my goodness. Priority has been passed. Yu-Gi-Oh! Really thinking where he's going to go this turn. Lee Mei also having to think. And Trap Hole on the Woodsman. And another Waboku. Alrighty. That is all 3 pieces of the revolution. Yukio not Miracle Fusioning here. Interesting. Li Mei now taking a quick think here. As Blaze Man's effect activates. Sending a Spark Man. It was the huge revolution. She didn't chain it. Oh no. And just like that, sending away Ocean and Necroshade for Escarido. And with that, just unfortunately the AI sometimes will not chain things. That it means Yukio is going to take game 1. If she had just activated that huge revolution there, I think that game was Li Mei's. Like I said, anybody can win this. We saw she was just that close. Oh, and a killer opener here for Yukio. Oh, it got even better. Clayman and Ocean into absolute 0. Then just get a Miracle Fusion too, because why not? The same 2 materials, what are they making this time? They're making Gaia. Gaia's effect. Alright, well Boku's gonna protect for a turn, but 3 monsters on the board already. Li Mei just gonna take out the Wild Heart and set up a Swords. Setting the Woodsman. I like it a lot. Bonfire for people running about. Not quite sure I understand flipping up the Dragard, but... Alright, Woodsman searching Polly. And time for another one. The triple fusion this time into Elemental Hero Core. 3 powerful monsters on Yukio's side of the field here. Oh, just a bunch of powerful spells and traps here, but does get the United Resistance on the board. Dragard boosting to at least get rid of the Gaia. However, Yukio with not a lot of pressure at this point. Gets United Resistance here. Oh, that's a good one. Yep. Didn't even think of that. Trinity popping Ab-Zero, or Core popping Ab-Zero, just to pop Li Mei's entire board. into the normal summon Stratos. Yeah, unfortunately, I do not like Li Mei's position at this point. I mean, as long as she's got a back row, she's got a chance. But there's Miracle Fusion. Another triple fusion into another Elemental Hero core. And that's going to be it. Li Mei is going to get 2-0'd. But she did put up a fight. Can't say she didn't. And the champ, 2-0 over the perennial underdog. But, I mean, to be one of the top 32, you still have to be proud of yourself. Next up, however, Twyla versus the very shocking return of Moloch. Twyla, the Master of Magicians, here to take on Moloch, who's got a brand new, very strange deck. We know he likes strange, powerful strategies to off-put people. Let's see if it's going to work here on Twyla. Just a Whiptail Crow pass. However, that is slightly weaker than Neo pass. And getting to reborn his Whiptail Crow. Alright. 5 cards in hand. Alright, getting a Zork here. And there it is. Getting rid of a Berserk Dragon to summon out the Dark Master Zork. But he rolls a 6. Oh no. Loses the 1 in 6 shot. Moloch immediately just on the back foot. It was 100% the right play. But you just get punished for it, something like that sometimes. And King of the Swamp, because not much was needed. Twyla taking a perfect game 1. Let's see if Moloch can bounce back here in game 2. Whoever can win this match is off to face Yukio in round 2. Oh, another killer opener here. And Moloch once again with a very slow start. Dark Magic Curtain paying 4,000 life points to summon a Dark Magician from the deck. Choosing not to go too crazy here. Alright, giving up a Parsec the Interstellar Dragon for another Zork. Zork versus Dark Magician. Let's see how it goes. 3, getting rid of the face down. And getting rid of the Dark Magician. No 6 this time is going to put Moloch in a good place, especially after Twyla just paid 4,000 life points for that Dark Magician from deck. Getting another Dark Master Zork here. And that's it. Moloch takes game 2. He's just opened Zork 2 games in a row. I think that first game was his if he didn't roll a 6, so it is going to game 3. Alright, Dark Hole Harpies and a Dust Tornado, not bad at all. 1700 vanilla is not a bad opener. Choosing to Soul Taker. Shining Angel. Feel a very strange card to see from Moloch, but he's going to do what he can to win, even if that means using angels in his deck. See what he's got next. A Smashing Ground. Alright. Twyla, do you have a follow-up here? Ooh, unfortunately just a Dark Magician, forced a Dark Hole. Unfortunately the right play. And getting rid of his Dust Tornado with hers. Alright, we saw this went last game. Very risky, but it's an open board state. Have a Harpies in the back row to either bait destruction or clear anything he can put down. Unfortunately, the return Dark Hole, but Moloch pretty bricked at the moment. His deck has a couple of engines, which can be an issue. When you've got a deck as completely separated on strategies. Neo another 17, putting Moloch at 1900. Alright. Dark Revival, or to get out the Dark Magician. However, Manju still gets the search for the contract. And he does have it. Giving up a Berserk Dragon to go for Zork for the third time in 3 games. But he rolls another 6. And that's the end of the game. Unfortunately for Moloch. 2 6s and 3 summons. Means despite everything, Twyla's gonna take it. And a 2-1. Albeit a close one. I think, really, that match could have gone either way. But I mean, there's a 16th and 17th seed. You kind of expect it. Twyla's going to take it to face Yukio in round 2. Next is an absolute slobber knocker of a match going up. 2 of our most aggressive decks in the tournament. Diana versus Jonya. Here we go with what I expect to be an absolute slobber knocker of a match. You have Amazonas versus Machine King. I mean, how can this not go absolutely crazy? Battle phase focused. I mean, this is going to be a very hard-hitting one. Definitely not a bad opener here for Diana. Jonya starting kind of slow. And the TT immediately on the Paladin. I missed what Jonya got sent to the graveyard. Robotic Knight. Sergeant Electro with a Machine Conversion Factory. Isn't getting to stun anything face down, but I mean, he's got 1900 attack, so. And the Trap Hole on the Amazonas Tiger. Diana absolutely unable to get a board going. The Machine King, 10,000 BC, I believe is what it's called. 3,000 BC. Alright, another Amazonas Battle Spirit. Here we go. Allowing her to run over the Sergeant Electro. Gonna gain 500 attack just to crash here. Diana not willing to pay the 1,500. I think a good idea. But Jonya is now behind. At least on board, no cards in hand. Have to get something going here. At least stops that particular floater. Yeah, Diana definitely willing to upstart here. Get a 1500 attack point monster on the board. With the backup of the continuous spells, I mean... Oop, X-Head Cannon, one of the few 1800s. One of the big advantages of Jonya's deck. However, Diana sees the line. You're going into another Chainmaster to run over by 700. Sergeant Electro, yeah, that does force the TT here. Diana behind on life, but I do like her chances, especially with an Amazoness Paladin. Also an effective 1800 monster. Virginia gets the Pot of Greed exactly when you'd like one, but it doesn't draw him into what he needs. Is this game? Amazoness Paladin taking it. Game 1 going to Diana. A very good back and forth there. Once again, it feels like it could be anyone's game. This time, Diana going first. Jonya hoping to get in the first attack, see if that can help him here. Ooh, but those archers... Just, yeah, Chain Woman and archers, I mean... Oh, okay, Smashing Ground's gonna do a lot of good. You run like 20-something monsters in your deck. Yep, force the TT the Swordswoman, because not a lot of other choice. Gotta do what you gotta do to get in damage here. Wondering how bad his hand could be if he's not playing anything. At 9,000 with the Soul Taker, but... Okay, well, Battle Footballer with 7 completed. Another 7 completed. Okay, that is some football. That's some football. That would explain what those 4 cards in hand were. Alright, Diana, how do you beat 3,400 attack points of pure American steel? And the Harpies. Just gonna MST one of the 7 completed here. At least stops Diana from losing this turn, unless that's a monster. It is. With 2,700 from Battle Footballer, we are going to Game 3. We have seen exactly 1 Machine King from the Machine King deck so far, but that's okay. Diana versus Jonya. Diana choosing to go second, as she wants to have the battle phase just as much as Jonya does. And a pretty good opener, I think. X-Head Cannon, set 1 pass. Is this MST hitting? Oh, a Machine King. Alrighty. Well. Back row, getting harpied. And another X-Head Cannon. Paying the 1500 to take the Robotic Knight. We'll have to see if that's enough to help Diana here. Ooh, that was a well-timed Dark Hole. And I mean, here we go. The machine beat down from the warrior side of the board, bringing the game within 100 life points. But Battle Footballer with 7 completed is only 1700. Battle Footballer in defense mode was going to be able to hold the board. Unfortunately, it's hard to not get the AI to go for a kill when they see it. Bringing back the X-Head Cannon. Maybe hoping this is going to be enough. Giving up the Giant Rat to go into a Giant Rat. Okay. A little deck thinning, and that's it, just a little deck thinning. Sergeant Electro going to eat the trap hole here. Alright, Diana, what's your plan? The Swordswoman. And I think that's it. I think Diana takes it. Amazoness Tiger. Swordswoman. And Jonya's own X-Head Cannon. What a match. Alright, another very good match between two very strong competitors. However, Diana able to take that one. Meaning next up, we have Lacey, who's back, taking on Farah. This one's going to be very interesting. We have Lacey's straightforward Beast Warrior deck versus Farah's Ritual Dragons, I suppose. Lacey has definitely undergone some upgrades since you saw her last. Farah into Low of the Voiceless Voice. Are we about to see something crazy here? Nope, just a Dark Hole. To Ancient Dragon. Now going up to 1900 and becoming a level 5. But Enraged Battle Ox plus Horn of the Phantom Beast, gonna go to 25 and draw a card. Plus Tenki, getting another Pitch Black Werewolf. Lacey showing up today. Farah just forced to set. However, now all of these Beast Warriors have piercing. I probably would have gone for the Horn, I'm going to be honest with you. $1,700 piercing damage and a card draw. Another Nova Summoner. Into a Manju. Ugh. Farah needs a big push here. And I don't think that's it. The Canine Tar. 1,500 piercing here. 200 piercing there, and then 1,600 direct from the Werewolf. Lacey may have game 1 pretty well wrapped. And Unfortunately, that very early Dark Hole's not going to be able to help Farah here. Into the Manticore. Low 2050 defense, normally very good, but not here. This Werewolf takes game 1. Farah not really getting to show off what she can do here. Let's see if she has any shot in the second game. This time, having Lacey go first. Maybe hoping that forcing the aggressive deck to go first might do something. We'll have to see. Hitting the Sogan here. There we go, low 2050 defense. This time gonna be able to hold the board. Manju's gonna get trap hold here, or Senju, but Senju's still gonna get the monster search. Going for a Saphira, Queen of Dragons. However, forced to just pass. Horn of the Phantom Beast. Getting the card draw into Pot of Greed. Yeah, I hate that you do have to pay 4,000 to stop the Enraged Battle Ox, but I think that was going to be more than 4,000 points of damage. There we go. Saphira giving up Saravius, or Saravis. There's the Saphira. And getting a double trigger here. Low. And the Ascending Soul to get the Saravis back. Unfortunately, we see the Smashing Ground. Draw 2, discard 1. Hunter of Black Feathers just running over the low here. Is there much left? Forced to Dark Hole the Cat Eater Tribe. Now, Lacey does have 0 monsters on board, 0 cards in hand. Already gone through the Pot of Greed, so this may be Farah's chance to fight back and put this at a 1-1 game. Summoning low, which can at least defend against the Enraged Battle Ox for a little bit. However, Lacey's going to continue to build a board. And one thing about the AI is they will just play monsters directly into a Piercer. Canine Tar, getting rid of the Manticore to give just enough attack to beat the low. Nova Summoner into Shining Angel. Shining Angel into another low. Manticore giving up the Canine Tar. This is Farah's real last chance to do something. Alright, Manju getting the Hymn of Light. But that's it. We know the Saravis is in hand, but I guess choosing instead to keep it as a hand trap instead of playing it as a 2600 attack point monster. And with exact damage, Lacey gets the 2-0. Keeping up her winning ways. And with a 2-0. Lacey takes it over Farah. Which means next up, we've got Tasha, who some people are claiming didn't earn this top 5 spot. We'll have to see. Against Shy, who I know very little about. Allure Queen versus Gaga Gigo. Couple of interesting decks here. Gaga Gigo being an 1850 is already enough to just put a lot of decks on the back foot, so we'll have to see how Tasha can handle that. The call was not a level 4 here by Tasha, but I'm not sure how much she cares with that Dark Hole. Doubly not caring, just summoning the Magician's Valkyria and passing. Very patient with the Dark Hole. Yep, Gaga Gigo forcing the TT, but doesn't matter. Now getting a 1900 attack point monster from deck. Yeah, it's got a downside, but it's a big monster. Tasha gonna be forced to Dark Hole here. Ooh, a little greedy by Shy here with the Solemn. But it may work out for them. Tasha just forced to set here. Serpentine Princess, which is going to search a Royal Bodyguard here, or Queen's Bodyguard, who is a decently large monster. However, only 1700 attack in the face of a 1900 attack Ganondorf. Yamori Mori. To gain another 1000 life points. Very smart. That means it's going to zero out at some point. The water reptiles synergizing in ways you wouldn't expect. Forced to Soul Taker here. But able to deal with the Gale Lizard, so Tasha definitely regaining some level of control. Especially when Shy doesn't have a follow-up. Bringing them within 100 life points of each other. Tasha with both an MST and a Magical Undertaker. Alright, well, no longer has the MST at least. Is this game? It looks like it is. Magical Undertaker bringing back the Magician's Valkyria. Tasha taking game 1. Showing the doubters. Hey. She definitely did something to earn this, but that's only game 1. Shy can always turn this around. Shy choosing to go first. Very interesting. I think Tasha opened with just a killer hand here. Feather Dusting away. Damage equals Reptile and Snake Call. What was it called? Not Snake Call. Oh, Snake Whistle. At least having the Serpentine Princess to put up a defense. Getting the return Harpies. There we go. Gaga Gigo. 1850 is just enough that there's going to be a lot of trouble had. Tasha willing to give up a monster here basically just to stem the bleeding. I honestly don't think that was a bad play. Dust Tornado eating a Dust Tornado. When it comes to exchanges like that, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Sangan searching a Chaos Switch. And a second Gagagigo. Unfortunately, the Chaos Switch not doing a whole lot here. Does Tasha have anything in the tank? Unfortunately, 1800 defense, not quite enough. A handful of Allure Queens. Magical Undertaker going to help take a second attack potentially. Giving up the Gigabyte for the Gigagagigo. And, yeah, I think we are going to Game 3. Shy, barely a word through this game. Tying up the series with a top 5 competitor. Tasha going first. Just setting a witch and passing. I actually kinda like it. Reasoning. Just getting the Gigabyte. Yeah, I wouldn't have called one either. Right. Witch of the Black Forest getting a Chaos Switch. Damage equals Reptile getting a Yabori Mori. Into the Gigagagigo. Which really sucks as there was a good Allure Queen setup coming. Solemn Judgment stopping the Soul Taker. Very good Solemn here for Shy. And unfortunately the Allure Queen running over the Gigabyte, not even playing the Yami. Which is very much, I think, one of those weird AI mistakes they make sometimes. It was basically a bunch of plays that just weren't that one to make. Sangan running over the Dawn Turtle, getting another Yamori Mori. And however, I think that's it. We are losing our first top 5 competitor. Our first upset of the tournament period is going to be Shy defeating Tasha. Despite the strong Game 1 showing, Tasha goes down 2-1. I have to wonder what that's going to mean for all of these rumors, but that's for her to deal with. Because right now we need to see Iggy versus Jen. Iggy, part of a motorcycle association, you can call it, versus Jen, the museum curator running Pyramid of Light. Two very different outlooks on the game here. Alright, a very powerful monster here for Jen to start with. As they both go for their 1800s, but unfortunately Jen had the trap hole. Jen getting a huge boost here. At least Iggy had the widespread ruin, but he is not in a good place right now. First to set the Volcanic Trooper. Luminous Spark. Skelengel going to be enough to run over. Already dropping Iggy down to 500 life points. See if this Pot of Greed can get him anything he needs to save the game. And no, I think game 1 is very quickly going to Jen here. Not even attacking, just using Volcanic Slicer to deal 500. Maybe the first time I've ever seen that effect happen, and it wins Jen the game. Iggy, can you get the rebound here? Alright, well. Molten Destruction into a Royal Firestorm Guard, 2200. That's a big one. That is definitely bigger than 18. See what Jen can draw into here. Into the Book of Moon. But Widespread Ruin deals with that Shining Angel just fine. Oof, 2 Doomfires and a Tri-Blaze. Unfortunately, it's not a good hand. But at least he's got this Royal Firestorm Guard. The Pyramid of Light with both Sphinxes. I'm not sure Jen cares about the death of that Rocket Warrior there. Skelengel just in attack mode, I guess just because. Alright, well. I'm, starting to think this game is over. Iggy down to just 200 life points. Putting out another Sphinx Telia. And that's it. Jen going to take the 2-0 with Pyramid of Light over Volcanic. Jen making it look easy. Jen with our second upset victory. 2-0ing Iggy here, who seems to be in quite the huff. As next we see another member of this mysterious group, Six, takes on Olwen. Six, a very interesting individual to be seeing here, with his Fiendsmith deck, looking to see if he can break through this chilling ice of Olwen. Shining Angel and a Trap Hole. Not a bad start. Forces the Harpies. Misjudge eats the TT. Potentially. Nope, double tails. That's going to be TT. I probably would have liked the Snowman Eater there, but that's why Olwen's the pro and I'm not. Just a nice 1600 to the face here. And unfortunately, a brick here for 6. Another princess. Okay, here's a weird AI thing. Just discarded his entire hand to crash. Alright, well. There's the Ice Master. Showing 6 how to play the game. A perfect victory here from Olwen. Are we about to see another top competitor go down? If 6 plays like that again, potentially. He is, however, choosing to go first. We didn't see any Fiendsmith cards that game. In fact, we barely saw any cards out of 6 at all. Okay, well that's a very different one for sure. The Emperor Sen with 2200 defense. Snowman Creator gonna eat 600 here. Gets a removal spell. Gets the Emperor Sen to Olwen's side of the field. However, it's about to get very bad, I think. Ooh, gets to Pot of Greed first. Alright. Lacrima versus Fabled Lurie. That's going to be Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Getting to put the Dragon Ice on the board. Getting back Lacrima, who's going to send a Fiendsmith Engraver to grave. And now 6 is very much in control of the board. Forced to Dark Hole. Lacrima getting some burn, putting an Engraver back in deck. But Fenrir! Fenrir has the Yada effect. Right? I'm not crazy. There's the Engraver. Oh, it's when it destroys the monster by battle. Okay. Not quite the Yada effect. But the Engraver bringing itself back. MSTing. Oof, there goes the Ice Barrier. Another 1800 to the face. Can Olwen turn this game around? Are we about to see a reverse perfect here? Alright, gonna get the Fenrir back. And just set. Alright, yeah, putting Fiendsmith in defense mode. Really fine after attacking. He has 2400 defense. And a Shining Angel. Ice Doll. Olwen down to just 2000. Are we seeing the game 3? Alright, that's gonna at least stop the perfect here. The Thuban Nightmare. Ah, the AI, missing you need to have no cards on board for the Nightmare's effect. 6 had control. And just kind of fumbled it there. I mean, he's up by 5,000 life points, so I mean, still hard to say. Misjudge just gonna deal with the Fenrir here. this Dust Tornado getting rid of? TT. Okay. Fabled Lurry, only 200 attack points. Not worth crashing to try and deal with Dragon Ice here. I think, yep, this is going to be it. I think we're going to see a crash into a Shining Angel. Double tails once again. And 6 is going to take game 2. When he doesn't brick on a handful of spell cards, his deck is significantly better. Time to see who takes this game 3. Olwen having 6 go first. Ooh. Alright, well, depending on what this Pot of Greed gets, it's either an amazing hand or just an okay hand. Alright. Snowman Creator just going to eat the TT here. There we go. That's 2 Light Fiends. Into Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Getting a Ghost Ship back to hand. And banishing the other Ghost Ship. Full back row. 2 powerful monsters on board. Olwen has an uphill fight here. But that fight includes Swords of Revealing Light. Interesting, Olwen would go to Battle Phase, then Main Phase 2 first. Choosing to hope that that face down was dangerous and put in the Santa Claus. Very interesting. Choosing to Hate Buster here. Deal 1200. Fiendsmith's Lacrima deals another 1200. It is now 9,000 to 1,300. Cold Enchanter to hand. Olwen still needs to deal with this Ghost Ship and then deal another 9,000 damage. Alright. Putting the Enchanter at 2,200. Which is a good amount. Not one you would expect to be an issue, but, you know. And getting to get rid of Misjudge. Shining Angel in attack mode. Giving up Fenrir and the Enchanter to go into Shining Angel. Or, yeah, to go into Snow Dragon. Is that what it's called? Snow Dust Dragon. I think I would have liked to have the 2 monsters on board at the moment, but I guess we'll see. Another Enchanter here. 6 gonna have to really fight to deal that last 1,300. Can he get there? He may only have to deal 700, depending on the attack order. Oh, this is gonna be close. The AI choosing to play a little safer here, not attacking to the face down just in case. Ooh, driving snow. Oh, no, giving up the deflected damage there. Alright, 6. What do you have left? Dragon Ice, Snow Dust Dragon are a lot to deal with. Fabled Lurry eats an attack, but that's about it. Gets the Ice Master to hand. Six down to just 1,200 life points. He was so close. But that's it, the golden apple's a little late. And with that, we are seeing another upset as Olwen defeats 6. Alright, after 4 straight victories, we have our second upset in a row. No, sorry, third upset in a row. As Olwen upset 6. As next we see our favorite card shop manager, Aiden, take on the mysterious Jet. Aiden, who had already qualified for Worlds before the last regionals, was just kind of playing around. Here to take on Jet and his mask deck. Aiden definitely with a much better deck than Ojama's. Not a great opener, but a lot could happen here. Soul Taker taking out the Jade Knight. Jet with only an okay hand, it looks like. Oh, there's a huge one. Now, that does definitely affect Jet as well. Playing a deck with a Ritual Monster and Mass Beast Asgardius not being able to tribute can mean a lot, but it does stop that spell canceller that was probably about to come down. But for now, we're going to get to see what everybody floats into. Into a Z-Metal tank. Jet choosing to go into Melkid. Oh. Just choosing to go into the simple YZ, however, that does get solemned. And X-Head's going to get TT'd. Alright. Jet in an interesting position to say the least. Just shuffling back the Mask of Remnants and passing. Alright. I feel like Aiden probably is pretty set this game. Getting a Curse of the Mass Beast. Does the AI see the line here? Aiden does. Not only winning with a perfect victory. Oh, not quite. Never mind. Aiden has not quite won, however this time the YZ Dragon Cannon. Okay, there we go. Like I was saying, Aiden not only wins with a perfect victory, but wins with an above perfect victory. Let's see if Jet can bounce back in Game 2. We've seen some very, very strong bounce backs so far, so... Jet choosing to go second, seeing if adjusting the strategy does anything. An interesting opener here for Aiden. Don't love that TT. Reborning back the Grand Tiki Elder. Sure, it's only 15. But, you know, there's a lot happening. Alright, there's the Mask of Restrict, but this time, Harpy's Feather Duster and an X-Head Cannon. Which might just be enough. Not seeing the... I probably would have Tribute Summoned for the Spell Canceller here, but to each their own. Does play around TT. But there's the TT. This time Melkid getting in for 15. Does Jet have any way to keep up the pressure? Just 1500 for Melkid again. Hitting the trap hole, which probably would have... which is probably something that's very helpful. Oh. Reborn. Getting back to Shining Angel. And Tribute Summons into the Spell Canceller. For Mask of Weakness, going to drop it to 1100. Does Jet have a way to finish this turn? Yes, Masked Beast Descardius is a 3300 attack point monster. We are going to game 3. Aiden keeps drawing 2 spell cancelers. This time also choosing to go first. As long as he doesn't brick, he should be okay. Oh, that's a good one. Pot of Greed. Okay. I think we're about to see a very big turn 2 here. MSTing the trap hole. Yeah, depending on what that back row is from Jet, things might be about to get messy. However, choosing to normal summon the Z Metal Tank instead of... I'm not crazy. Do you have to control 0 monsters? Nope. Gets Mass Beast Discardius to hand. Alright, could have done a little more, but that's okay. Oh, giving up the Mass Beast Descardius for a Masked Beast. And wisely hitting the Z Metal Tank. Alright, Aiden in a bad way here. And draws a second Shining Angel. So won't be able to keep up the floats as easily. Melkid. Shining Angel. This angel going into Y Dragon Head. Does the AI see the line here? Going into Z Metal Tank. And into the XYZ, forcing the TT from Jet. The AI saw the line. But Jet top decking the Masked Sorcerer to draw a card. That was kind of exactly what he needed here. But Aiden top decking instead the Dimension Fusion, getting back X, Y, and Z, going into Spell Canceller. And then going into XZ here. The Tank Cannon, the Spell Canceller. With a Spell Canceller, you can't Dark Hole. Who cares about the third frontline base when you can get the win? Aiden with a spectacular top deck after some great plays, taking it over Jet. What a crazy match as Aiden takes care of business. And next we see our number 2 seed, as mad as he is about it, doesn't matter. He's going to be taking on Sabia. Damon back with some serious upgrades to his deck and a grudge about that number 2 spot versus Sabia. Desert Twister, not the most conventional boss, but allows for a lot of deck building flexibility, so we'll have to see how that goes. Already seeing new cards in Damon's deck here. 2 kinds of Dark Blade on the board. And then just trap holing the little Wingard. Forcing the Dark Hole. Sabia immediately making some things happen here. Forced to set the Pitch Dark Dragon. Definitely going to put Damon behind now. I feel like he's got ways to come back, but it's going to be very difficult with Dark Blade on Sabia's side of the board. Pitching the Kiryu for polymerization, and here we go. Damon's one of very powerful card, Burst of the Dragons. Now he's only got one, but this card is very difficult to deal with. And getting to get back his Hunter Dragon. That's going to change the whole feeling of this game. No, it's not. Because Sabia had the hammer shot. Was at least able to deal with the Dark Blade, so, you know, Damon's definitely not out of it. Little Wingard with the 1800 defense. That'll be hard for the Hunter Dragon, though. Ooh, the Blustering Winds running over. Alright. Damon, what have you got left in the tank? Well, another Hunter Dragon. MST. Yeah, you may as well if you're Sabia here. Hunter Dragon, just getting rid of the Whirlwind Weasel. However, every time a monster goes to the graveyard, that's potential fuel for the upcoming Desert Twister. And there's the Kiryu. Alright. Sends the Deathfall stuff. I think that's a good call. That would definitely be a brick in this situation. Kyptera. Alright, Flying Kamakiri. Kiryu just gonna run that over. What have you got left here? Just a Princess of Tsurugi. I mean, it stems the bleeding a little bit, but it's not great. Now, Hornsaurus time. Gets a fusion recovery plant, gets back the Hunter Dragon. Damon is the number 2 seed. And that's exact lethal. Oh, but he's just gonna go just a little more. Because Damon is nothing, if not a little extra. No Desert Twister for Sabia that entire game. Very rough. But here potentially in game 2. Just a face down. Captera. Alright. 50 deflected. Choosing to keep the Kiryu in hand. And getting back the Hunter Dragon. Alright. The AI not seeing you should just Soul Taker the Giant Rat here, unfortunately. Oh! Special Hurricane. And the Feather Duster. However, only able to deal 1400 this turn. And there's Dark Blade, Captain of the Dark World? Captain of the Evil World. Alright, well, Giant Soldier Stone, that's going to help put up a defense at least for a little bit. 4-star Ladybug of Doom, though. And the little Wingard gets to go to defense mode. And very smartly running over the Giant Soldier of Stone. That was a big swing, but I mean, now Damon's just gotta deal with this little Wingard, although he's got ways. Once again, MST chaining to Harpies. There's the Kiryu. Yeah, the 4-star really serving no threat here, now that it's already been flipped up. And there's the Desert Twister into a flying Kamakiri. I think we're going to a game 3. Well, I mean, there goes the first Desert Twister, so maybe. But getting to thin out the deck here, potentially get another Desert Twister. No. The Dark Blade enough to hold it down for now. Ooh, unexpected die. Already has a monster on the board, so that's not any good here. I never know when the AI is willing to set a bluff card. Hammer shot, and that's it. Little Wingard. Means we are going to game 3. Is Damon going to lose from the number 2 seed? He fought so hard to get a quote-unquote easier bracket, but I mean, turns out even the 31st best is still good. Oh, Pot of Greed. Dark Blade pass, however, I think next turn is about to get very explosive. Ooh, especially when Sabi doesn't have any real monsters here. Hex Sealed, Crawling Dragon, gets the Horned Saurus. Okay, not exactly the play I would have made, but you know how these programs go. Here, fusing 2 normal monsters for Burst of the Dragons. 2 massive fusion monsters, a Dark Blade in hand. And there's the Dark Hole. Sabi, can your face down hold the board here? Princess only able to deal 500. Sabi with 4 cards in hand, but she needs to dig. 4-star Ladybug. Okay, that'll get rid of the board at least. Now it's gonna put Damon on the back foot. I mean, just pure card advantage. There's the Desert Twister, and gets rid of the field spell. And then into the Strong Winds Dragon. Alright, can you deal 2400 attack? Looks like not easily. And a True Nade. Another fusion weapon. If Sabia draws any monster here, it is game over for Damon. No, alright, he's gonna get 1 more turn. It's your last chance, Damon. Alright, well, Rebornal. Oh, can you not get the first of the dragons? No, it cannot be special summoned by other ways. Double fusion weapon. 5,000 to the face. Alright. Here's the question. Removal spell or bust? And she doesn't have the removal spell. This one's coming straight down to the wire. There it is. Horned Saurus dealing with the Strong Winds Dragon and Pitch Dark Dragon. Just enough to seal this game. You cannot feel comfortable if you're Damon here. You thought this... You have to think, you know, when you come in thinking it's going to be easy and this happens. We'll have to see. And Sabia, just a hair away from getting the upset. But Damon able to hang in there. Card games are not just about being good, they're also a little bit about being lucky. Damon at least not the next top 5 player to lose. Meaning next up, Gigi versus Picrew. Gigi on Spirits. Picrew, we know, on the Wind Insect deck. Ooh, not a good opener here for Gigi. Picrew has not gone through as many changes as a lot of the returning players. We'll have to see if, you know, she can still stand up. Not a good opener from either side, it looks like. Gigi not chaining the legacy of Yatagarasi there. And taking 2k to the face. And he's drawing some of the only tribute monsters in the entire deck. Kirochin Kuwagata making this, you know, potentially only 1 more turn. Yeah, forced to draw just 1 card here. Hino Kagutsuchi, yeah, sometimes you just, like I was saying in the Damon game, sometimes it's just about luck. Just 1100 life points left. GG yet to play a single monster. Maybe, depending on Baru's draw, live another turn. Yep, that's just gonna be it. Just an easy cleanup here for Baru. Can she keep this momentum going? Alright, well, at least a somewhat playable hand, technically. Alright. And the sword's gonna help set up. Ooh. Well, the settle machine not gonna get to stay. But we're not really gonna be able to make any headway here, at least damage-wise. And getting rid of the trap hole. Alright, you need something here, GG. Alright, well. Fushi no Tori getting bounced. Alright, let's see here if another Fushi no Tori. See if Baru can fall for, I guess TT's not really bait here, you kind of need the pressure. Dread Scythe Harvester and into TT. Okay. Definitely wasn't overextending on Baru's side, sometimes it's just how it goes. Choosing to Legacy here. Yeah, Fushi no Tori's not great. Does get GG back to 8k though. Are you not playing the orb? Oh, because it's not destroying anything. Dread Scythe Harvester into the Guard Mantis. There we go, a Mono Iwado. Double Orb of Yaksha. Gonna stop monster effects. Gaining 2,000 more life points. Both the orbs turning to hand. Have our 2,300 attack point. Dread Scythe Harvester's still gonna be a ton to deal with if you're GG here. And then pitching, I think pitching the orb, not great. Could have gained 3,000 back here. Mono Iwado, very good card, but, I mean, it's just not going to be enough. I think we might be seeing a 2-0 here, especially pitching the orbs. Yeah, unfortunately, well, hold on. Amano stops the flying Kamakiri. So as long as Baru doesn't draw any monster. There it is. The flying Kamakiri. That is a 2-0 Baru. But I expect more from Gigi in the future. And technically an upset, though pretty close in seeding. Baru with the 2-0 over Gigi. So Baru gonna get a game with Damon. However, next we have our friend Magnus versus Idris. Magnus on his real deck, the Magnet Warriors, versus Idris's Archfiends. Two of the, very first archetypes we ever really see in the actual TCG. Ooh, just a tremendous opener here. However, getting to pitch the Archfiend General to get the Pandemonium. Gonna turn off all those negative effects from the Archfiends. Shadow Knight Archfiend with an Axe of Despair. Oh, and a very smart play into the Jujutsu Master. It's gonna put up a great defense in a situation like this. However, yeah, just gonna TT. Gets the Vile Pawn. Gonna clear a great way for Beta here. Oh, Magnet Conversion. Adding Gamma to hand. 1700 from the Beta. And there's Falling Down, stealing the Beta. But, you have to keep the Vile Pawn on the board for that to work. And that's only 1100 attack. Alright, well. I forget which one you are. Oh, you're also Beta. Beta the Electromagnetic Warrior. Double Beta on board. Gets the Valkyrion here. I forget which one you are. I apologize. Alpha. Got it. Alright, Idris. Very simply could lose game one here. And there it is. Yep, Archfiend Commander. Gets solemned. And that's it. Both of the Electromagnet Warriors. Getting out 2 alphas. Which means if this wasn't already gay... Oh, no. Magnus going for it. Summoning Valkyrion in defense mode. And then finishing the game with Alpha and Giant Rat. Just absolutely styling on Idris there. Didn't need to do that. As we head into game 2, can Magnus keep that momentum going? We've seen how effective he can be with just Carbonla Warrior. So this, I mean, attack the moon, couple of sets. Alright, terraforming for the Pandemonium. And unfortunately for Idris here, that is a fissure in hand. Alright, well. Stopping the attack the moon. Getting a Vilepon here? Yeah, getting Vilepon. Alpha for 14, a little protection in the back row. And gonna Feather Dust away. So now if you're Magnus, you have to, I guess, kind of gamble on what that face down is. It was just the Vilepon, okay. Could have been an Infernal Queen, which could have, you know, caused a minor issue. Oh, there we go. Deathstroke. Into the Pot of Greed. Alright, Idra is starting to gain some momentum back. Oof, Fissure though. Vilepon, not quite sure their obsession with Vilepon, but Idra's going down to 4K. Shadow Knight only deals half damage, but it is a 2K body, so Idris, I think, has regained control of the board to some degree. That Jujutsu Master is going to be a setback at some point. Ooh, Vilepon, 600 deflected and goes back. Magnet conversion to hand, setting the rat. Very wisely not going for the Jujutsu Master yet. Gamma getting out Alpha. Okay, into the Infernal Queen, who's about to be a little bit of a problem. Well, I guess not as much. Alright. Both the Gammas tributing here. Getting out a Beta. And another Beta. Are we gonna see the MST on the Pandemonium? No. And unfortunately, not giving that 1000 attack to the Vilepon or the Infernal Queen. But I think taking the Jujutsu Master is actually a great call here. Ah, there goes the falling down. However, getting rid of it before its 800 point cost I don't think was the best move. Foolish away a Beta. Yeah, just I think a pretty solid move there. You know, what else could Magnus have at this point, especially to compete? Unfortunately, the answer doesn't seem to be a lot at the moment. Idris might be able to drag this to the next game. That is going to be just barely enough. Idris taking it to game 3. Like a game of chess, made some sacrifices and it worked out. Magnus choosing to go second here. Ooh, not a bad opener. There we go, getting the pandemonium. This would have been so good if not for that Harpies immediately in the opening hand. But, you know, the Knight gonna start dealing a lot of damage. Alright, that's all 3 of the Magnet Warriors. Ooh, and gets a beta on board. Just gonna run over the Vile Pawn. Honestly, don't think I would have hated just letting the Vile Pawn sit there. Deal some damage to Idris here. Oh, well, never mind. There's the Pandemonium. Getting the commander here. Idris now in a bad way. Can he turn this around like he did last game? Swords is a good way to do it. I know I took swords out of several decks, but the ones it's still in have been coming in very clutch. Alright. The Shadow Knight and the Terror King. Unfortunately setting the Gamma and not the legendary Jujutsu Master. And the falling down. Alright. What's your play here, Magnus? Double Fissure. Idris getting the Vile Pawn. I assume we're about to see another Vile Pawn. However, oh, a Deathstroke. A little late for that. What's crazy is, Archfiend Commander counts as its own Archfiend here for falling down. Alright. Here getting another Vile Pawn. And alright, that's gonna be 2,300. Vile Pawn attack negated to go into the Gamma. Well, it's not negated, but, you know, replay. May as well be negated. Pot of Greed. And that's it. Idris put up a real fight. But Magnus able to take it. Another great match. But Magnus able to hang in there. As we'll get to see his opponent in the next round. That will either be Paul or Hart. Paul, janitor at the local museum. Hart, professional poker player. Both very thematic decks for what they like to do. Ooh, triple Spear Soldier, not a great opener for Paul here. His 1500 attack though, so. Guiltia. 1850 on a normal summon. Not bad at all. But Paul getting swing back here with Harpies. Time to see what else Hart can do here. Alright, filling that board fast. Gets to chip in with a little piercing here. And the Queen's Knight. Alright, it's gonna be all three Spear Soldiers. Choosing to crash, not a bad idea actually. See, Gravekeeper's Guard gonna bounce the Guiltia here. I don't think that's necessarily a bad play. Oh, banishing the Queen's Knight to draw a card. Alright, time for the Freeds to start running over monsters. Banishing a Jack's Knight from hand to draw another card. Oof, no Necro Valley has been rough. And a third Freed. At least the Guard and the Spy are going to put up a defense here. Ooh, another Spy. Okay. Paul may get the time he needs, but we'll have to see. Rite of Spirit to get another Guard. Blade Knight, due to only having one card in hand, gets to go to 2,000 attack points. There we go. The Priestess able to give a small boost. It's not going to quite be enough. Double Blade Knight. However, the Spy is still able to hold down the board for now. Not bothering with the Chief, not enough attack points. Alright. Sending back the Freed. Well. Alright, there's the Chief. With 1900 attack, that's something at the very least. Very close in life points. Very close in board presence. However, Freed's gonna just take care of the Chief here. Curse of Shopti. Gonna protect the Spear Soldier this turn. Hart gonna need some way to get through these spies. There's one. Forced to TT as Kuraz the Light Monarch comes down. Okay, Paul has lost all defense, but may have an ability to get some momentum going here. Gravekeeper's Assailant for 1500. Is this going to be what he needs? Reinforcement of the army. Gonna choose to crash. Interesting. Paul, I think, finally managing to get ahead. The Necro Valley, the Shield Crush. Putting the Priestess at 1700. Hart with 3 face downs and nothing to play. And unfortunately, the hand trap able to protect the Priestess, who I imagine is just going to defense mode here. Now we're back in another situation where Hart's got to do something to out Necro Valley or Priestess. There it is, there's another Kuraz. Can't attack this turn. Switches Kuraz to defense mode. Gets in with Priestess. Hart with only 450 life left. 10 cards left in deck. Gets a special summon a Jack's Knight. Is it gonna be enough? You know, it's 100 more attack. Oh, 300 more attack. Nope. Not quite. Hart down to just 150 life points. Needs to deal 6,600 to get through the Necro Valley. Unfortunately, cannot banish here. Just a Queen's Knight. Looks like game 1 is going to Paul. Chief bringing back the Spear Soldier. There we go. Cleans it up. A very hard fought one, but that's only game 1. See if Paul can wrap this up here. Ooh, not nearly as good. Unexpected die to get the Queen's Knight. King's Knight gets the Jack's Knight from deck and passes. Alright. Well. At least we're not seeing the Joker. But, I mean... $400 deflected. Bouncing Jack's Knight very smartly. Alright, the Jack's Knight is back. Another 500 deflected. Getting another spy. full board, but Paul's is a little better. And there we go, Gravekeeper's Chief. 1900 attack. Very smart to dig here. You really, really want that Joker. There it is. King's Knight, Queen's Knight, and Jack's Knight into Arcana Knight Joker. 3,800 attack. And gonna get 3 draws here. Yeah, 3,800 attacks gonna be able to start getting through this board. Do you have any other effects? Oh yeah, just to negate. I mean, the Chief can hit Freed, sure, but it's a lot to deal with. Alright, well. Guilty of getting trap holds. Still gonna banish the Chief here. Nope. Never mind, it's not. I guess it didn't have attack points because it wasn't on the board. That makes sense. However, really gonna have to start chewing away at this board. Gonna take some time, and we know Paul with time is an issue. We learned that last game. Yeah, I think getting rid of the Jack's Knight pretty good. Alright, Pot of Greed. Just another Spear Soldier. However, Heart's really going to need to commit to the board at some point. Well, unfortunately, defense mode isn't quite what you need at the moment. Shield crushing that King of the Swamp. Assailants trying to hold down the board. Alright, well, Blade Knight. This game finally clawing back towards Heart's direction. I assume we're going to see the Royal Tribute here. Yep, getting rid of a Guiltia. That's only going to be 25 to the face here. But this feels pretty wrapped to me, unless we see a Dark Hole here. Just a Harpies. The wrong kind of board wipe. Means game 2 is going to Heart. Almost entirely off the back of that Arcana Knight Joker. How would you guess 6? That's ridiculous. Regardless, we are going to game 3. Paul just needing some slight adjustments before Heart can get out just a massive monster like Karaz or Arcana Knight Joker. Freed in a couple of face downs. We got probably the TT coming here. Yep. Losing the Queen's Knight. So just gonna not banish it. just going to get back the Freed with the Reborn to chunk in for 17. Charm of Shabti and Gravekeeper's Chief. Not the best opener here. Choosing to keep the Charm. Reinforce the army grabbing. Blade Knight. Definitely not bad. There we go, 2k defense on the board. We know Hart has trouble with this. Shield crushing the face down, which was a King of the Swamp. Alright. Unfortunately, the Chief, not exactly what Paul needs here. Needs to do something before that spy eventually gets dealt with. We're just not quite able to get there yet. Swords a little back up now that Karaz is on the board. The Chief getting back. It's only 50 damage, but you know, it's a start, especially with the swords up. And Shield Crush gonna get to pop something here at least. Choosing to run over a Queen's Knight, I don't think that's a terrible idea. And Trap Hole on the Blade Knight. Would have been pretty good for making a headway here. Alright, Paul, what have you got? The answer's not a ton. Little deflected. Yeah, I feel like this has finally slipped away from Paul here. Royal Tribute is just a dead card. And that is game. Hart gonna pull this one out. Very, very, very strong match. And very hard fought one, as Paul cannot quite do it, making Hart our next official upset. Now we head into what's going to be one of the most interesting matchups of Varus versus Journey. Varus, one of the top mages of Dragonia with his very potentially potent Hermos deck, versus Journey's Gate Guardian. A lot in the air here. We could see another top 5 player go down. Oh, but that's a 2 Claw of Hairmos to open. Arsenal Summoner for 100. Couple of face downs. If the AI understands Bin K here, which sometimes it doesn't, we could see something crazy. Alright. Oh, there goes the Black Dragon Sword. So unfortunately that Masked Dragon forced to crash. And Twin-Headed Behemoth, so once per dual effect. Benkai, there we go. Another Black Dragon Sword. Meaning that's a 4K Benkai with 2 attacks. Except that's more dragons going to the graveyard with the Troop Dragon. That is a 5K. Yeah, you definitely had to Dark Hole there. Let's see. Unshaven Angler. Not bad. 1500 attack points. It's going to get fissured, but you're probably fine with that. Oh, you know what? Mahavilo has 50 more attack. May as well save the fissure. Yeah, Mahavilo and Benkei, I mean... Oh, Kaiser Seahorse. Alright. The slugfest continues. You have to wonder what Journey has face down that they just haven't hasn't felt comfortable. Oh, just a Troop Dragon. Very smartly not TTing Troop Dragon on the flip summon. Reborn, what are we getting here? Kaiser Seahorse. Okay, 1700 attack. Should hold the board pretty well. Add a Troop Dragons, of course. Journey forced to set up the swords here. Little Wingard been a very good card this event. You're getting the Twin-Headed Behemoth, taking 300 deflected. Journey needing to both, unaware she needs to clean up that back row and get something substantial on the board. Okay, well she does clean up the back row. Can she draw one of her mini level 7s? Alright, well, this looks like it's about to be Varus's board to clean up. See what those face downs are, though. Arsenal Summoner. Gonna search up Gate Guardian. Hey, gets a brick out of the deck. Whirlwind Prodigy. It's gonna be basically up to Kaiser Seahorse alone to clean this board up now. Never mind. Well, I mean, still only Kaiser Seahorse could deal with this situation, but I think Whirlwind Prodigy was definitely the right to attack there. Nimble Mamanga, it's going to get 2 monsters face down. Unfortunately, one of them's going to go away here. And some life point gain. Managed to get 2 Mamangas and a Gate Guardian out of the deck. Maybe we can see something happen here for Journey. There it is. There is Kazejin. Now Varus is very much stuck. Going to need a Claw of Hermos soon. Otherwise, this may be curtains on game 1. Kazejin just too big at 2,400. Axe Dragonute 2,000 attack, but again, unfortunately for Varus, most of his power is going to come from those fusion monsters. Not even getting to float with the Lady Warrior is, you know, a problem. Master Dragon, I think, still potentially has a float left. Oof. The Jiraigumo. Alright, Varus, do you have anything? Because that is lethal on board. The answer is a chump blocker. Alright, that looks like it's it. Looks like Varus is going down in game 1 despite the strong double Hermos start. Can Varus turn this around? I mean, he has to be able to, right? He is a top 5 player, but we've seen, you know, we've seen multiple top 5 players lose at this point. At least there's a Claw of Hermos here. That Harpies is about to go absolutely insane. What are we hitting? 2 Jiraigumos and a Torrential Tribute. Now 3,400 attack on that Ancient Dragon. It's going to go up a level and 500 more attack. And that's just game. Like it was nothing, Varus. A perfect victory on turn 4. Harpies into Hermos. It's a good opener. See here. Ooh. Vanguard of the Dragon. This time, getting the Time Magic Hammer. Very interesting decision there. This card gets the opportunity to start banishing monsters. Getting back to Arsenal Summoner. Gonna get a normal summon on the Masked Dragon, I assume. Oh, just gonna run over the Kaiser. 3,000 direct damage. Alright, well that's not gonna help you a ton. I think this might be game here. The Vanguard of the Dragon isn't getting weaker. What, another Claw of Hermos? Not even bothering. Lethal's already on board. And with her own Arsenal Summoner, Journey's going to lose to Varus here. Alright, Varus. Finally getting another top 5 player in. It looks like, in fact, it was only the top 3 of the top 5. But next, Krieg versus Kaina. We have Krieg, who came so close in the street fight to dealing with the whole situation. Second place, going directly into Worlds. We'll see if he can turn things around, hopefully get some more experience to finally get back and deal with the Riders one day. Unfortunately, just a Blazewing Butterfly, not a strong opening here. Kaina's Jinzo deck, we're going to have to see what it can do. Harping away that back row. To a 1700 attack point monster. Now Krieg's going to be able to clear the field, but if he doesn't have a follow-up... Ooh, he doesn't. And the Fissure getting solemned. I don't honestly think that was a bad call here by Kaina. She obviously isn't running a ton of trap cards. It happened to open a couple of them. That one I don't love. So I've also been cutting Solemn from a lot of decks. Are we about to see Krieg lose game 1? Yes, we are. Jinzo cleaning it up on turn 6, no less. She has a kind face, but a brutal playstyle. Let's see if Krieg getting to go first here can turn things back around. If Blazewing Butterfly holds the field, it's going to be very good. Ooh, no, unfortunately, Dralaga with 100 more attack. Now, once again, we are looking at not a great hand here. Okay, that makes it significantly better. Getting to Reborn here, back to Blazewing Butterfly. Chthonian Bird Dragon into Supervise. Means it's time for the double attacking 2400. This is a monster that can contest Jinzo. Getting fissured. However, Supervise, a very powerful card, just bringing back the Chthonian Emperor Dragon. Now, depending on the draw, yep. Not even bothering with the Gemini Summon. You know what, I get it. Supervise is protection. Dealing with the tomato. This tomato is going to end on Dekuichi. Understandable. There's the dark hole. Huh. Don't love that one. You could have just Gemini summoned there. It's a 2400 attack point monster. Now Kaina has the Dralago. Well, At least next turn there's Goggle Golem, but... Ooh, Reflect Bounder. Eesh. Choosing here to go into the Raptinus. This game is definitely extended, I think, for the... I'm gonna say, honestly, for the worse. Jinzo with the Amplifier. Yeah, if only you had kept that Chthonian Emperor Dragon. I think that alone might be the end of Krieg here. I don't know how he can possibly come back from this. That one mistake might have just cost him the entire match. He can set the Dust Tornado, but it doesn't matter. Well, for multiple reasons. Is his head just not in this game after that mistake last tournament? Alright. Gemini Soldier getting out the Blazewing Butterfly. Here getting the Chthonian Emperor Dragon, but not even in attack mode. And a second Jinzo with a second Amplifier. Krieg, you gotta get it together here. Alright, just gonna run over another Gemini Soldier. Unfortunately, Gemini Scorpion is not a Gemini. It's a good card, but it is not a Gemini. Drawing Phoenix Gearfried here, not fantastic. Okay, that's one Jinzo down. Well, Chthonian Emperor Dragon on the wrong side of the board. There goes the Supervise. Getting the Blazewing Butterfly. Chthonian Emperor Dragon getting Gemini summoned. And unfortunately, I think that Krieg is done. Need a hell of a draw here. Solemning the Fissure wasn't even necessary. Fortunately, could not repeat his performance. Being taken down by Chthonian Emperor Dragon, Krieg has been eliminated. Kinda not only winning, but taking it 2-0. A hard one to watch. Next, however, Nurm versus Panay. Panay, our youngest competitor, taking on someone who could have been top 5. Let's see if he can outpower this deck. Very, very difficult. The Gishis are incredibly consistent for a ritual deck. Pitching Vision to get the Tetra Ogre. Giving up both the Tetra Ogre and the Abyss for the Levianima. Drawing a card. Double Giant Rat, or Giant Germ. A little bit of burn here, but Panay already heavily on the back foot. Gonna clear Nerm's Dust Tornado here. But Metal Morphing the double cost on. Yep. Alright. Gonna have to find a plan here, Nerm. Right now the plan is just to run over the Giant Germ. I mean, that is a floater in attack mode, so you know, at least you're gonna get to keep some board presence. However, double cost on into the Zoa. Probably could have waited, got some more damage, but Zoa is 2600 attack, so it is a large creature. Flip summon the Aerial to get a Tetra Ogre to hand. Taking 1600 damage. Let's see if this works out for him. So there's another set card here by Panay. Pitching the Shadow to get an Aquamirror. Getting rid of the Gust Kraken for a Tetra Ogre, who only matches Zoa in attack points. However, was willing to trade. Doesn't matter though, the Soul Resurrection to bring back the Zoa. Does Abyss have a floating effect? No, just choosing not to deal extra damage. However, Nerm in a bad place now. Choosing to Dark Hole. And unfortunately didn't get to go for the kill with it. So not sure the thought process behind that play. Panay now stuck despite having 2 monsters on the board. Could have won already. However, Mystic Tomato going to be able to clean up the Gishki Beast. Alright, well. TT. It took a couple extra turns, but Panay is able to take game 1. With the Mystic Tomato direct attack. Maybe the nerves of the world stage get into him a little bit, I'm not sure. But we'll have to see as Nerm chooses to go second, potentially putting Panay on the back foot. He's a very aggressive deck. Double cost on set. Abyss, searching Vision. Vision, pitch to search, another Tetra Ogre. A couple of passes. Without the ritual spell, it is going to be difficult. Upstart Goblin definitely willing to give 1,000 life points, but TT. Aerial Premature Burial to get back to Vision. Just 1,700. Time to see if Panay has anything here. The answer is a Giant Germ. Actually, really would have loved to seen the crash there to have 2 Giant Germs here, but you know, it is what it is. Beast going to grab the Abyss, however, it is going to get Trap Hold. Abyss searching a Vision. Vision once again, searching a Tetra Ogre. Yeah. Doubly bad Panay didn't ultimately choose to crash now that the Ariel's in defense mode. But that Magic Drain could actually come quite handy soon. I think that actually worked out better for Panay than it did for Nurm here. Putting a Gishki Beast to the top. Alright, let's see if Panay has any sort of follow-up now. Just choosing to crash. Fortunately, a little late in my opinion. About to see a Gishki Beast on board. This time sending a Shadow to top of deck. Getting an Abyss here. Abyss getting the Shadow. Shadow for an Aqua Mirror. Tetra Ogre and the Abyss for the Levianima. And with only 100 life points left, Panay not nearly as dominating as last game. Has no Dark Hole to deal with this situation. Nurm has an Aqua Mirror for next turn, so even if the board gets dealt with, that's kind of it. Tetra Ogre for Tetra Ogre. Are we seeing a game 3 here? Ooh, loses the Pot of Greed. Ritual Weapon on the Tetra Ogre. Levianima. The Zoa in hand. And that's it. We are going to game 3. A lot more of what you'd expect to see from a Gishki deck there. Alright, Nurm has a real shot to do something here. Shadow for the Aqua Mirror. But very importantly, the Ariel in defense mode. Ancient Rules getting out the Zoa. Normal summon the Giant Germ. Gets the Levianima here. However, that double ritual weapon and no back row. Gishki Shadow is the entire ritual summon on its own for the Tetra Ogre. Double ritual weapon, sending it all the way to 4,600 attack points. Panay gonna need a removal spell quick. Fissure will do it, okay. And Giant Germ for 1,000. Panay keeping it close. Probably some of his mini bricks in hand. Salvage getting back the Ariel in the Shadow. Shadow for the Aquamirror. The Ariel in defense mode. Double cost on not a bad summon if that didn't have 1,800 defense. Here, getting a Goki Beast. Or Gishki Beast, not a Goki. And the Aquamirror. Getting the Levianima onto board. Drawing the Shadow, seeing Black Metal Dragon. Unfortunately, that thing is a brick and both cannot and will not go anywhere. Focused Aquamirror, getting the Banish, putting Aquamirror on board. Panay, anything left? Swords, okay. It's a little more of a chance to figure something out. Getting rid of the Shadow. Going into a Tetra Ogre. Milling Salvage gets rid of that Foolish Burial. There's the Metal Morphed Giant Germ. And with swords up. It's about to get messy for Nurm here. Pitching the Vision, getting a Tetra Ogre to hand. I think there's one more turn of swords after this. However, not attacking. Do you have a floating effect? I don't remember. No. You know what? I don't hate that TT. Vision to get the Gust Crack into hand. Nurm with his own swords. Panay, can you get where you need to go? The answer's not immediately. Nurm with the Dark Hole, if Panay can start to mount an offense again. The Beast, getting the Ariel to defense mode. Panay down to 1,900. This is dead on board if he does not draw something here. Alright, he's got a monster defense mode. Defense is not his best stat, but Mystic Tomato. Alright, well we're about to see a TT on whatever it is this Dark Effigy doesn't TT because Zoa couldn't attack this turn. Oh wait, no, that wasn't T. That's TT. It's Poseidon Wave. You ever just gaslight yourself in the middle of a game? Alright. Well, once again, now the TT's down for sure. MST and Torrential Chiproot primed and ready. 5 cards in hand with not a single thing to play. Hitting the back row here, which is the Metal Morph. Abyss for 800. Is this the end? The answer is potentially. Alright, looks like it. Panay put up a great fight, but ultimately was not able to take down her number 6 competitor. And with that 2-1, we've lost all chance of Panay versus Mark round 4. But we'll have to see if Mark will even win his game here against the Toon Master Celine. Celine may be very monochrome, but her deck is not. We'll have to see if she can stand up to the very quick go that is Mark's Celtic Guard deck. Toon Bookmark here, getting the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon and Toon World for the Goblin attack force. Reinforcement of the army, getting the Celtic Guard Noble Arms here. And sets up the attack lock, but unfortunately that doesn't stop direct attacks. And getting out the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon because, unlike a lot, that is a special summon. Alright, Mark is only 1 attack away from losing to the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon here. Celtic Guard Noble Arms. Would have popped the Toon World if not for the Toon Bookmark. Easy as. Celine quickly clearing up Mark's board here. The Marauding Captain lock unfortunately cannot stop a Toon. We'll have to see if he can adjust his strategy, this time choosing to go first. Not a great opener here for a deck like Mark. But unfortunately, not searching Toon World to be able to set up a board here. Selena just searched the Toon World instead of the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. Well, she could have multiple Toon Mermaids and a Toon Cannon Soldier. Where Mark's going to run through the line, end on Celtic Guardian. Element of Extermination, however, will not work on a card that is chained, unfortunately. Element of Crossout, however, getting rid of that, and there is a card from his friend Case. Freed is here, and that might be the power he needs. Toon Cannon Soldier just tributing the Gemini Elf to deal 500 damage. Going to get a Marauding Captain to hand. Marauding Captain special summoning the Celtic Guard Noble Arms. Noble Arms summoning the Celtic Guardian. And gets 2 card draws here. Unable to tune defense there. Celine down to 1,000 life points. And with that, we are going to game 3. Mark just able to put the power down, especially with the help of Cases Freed. It's going to be a massive game 3 here. Who is going to advance to take on Nurm in the top 16? Celine choosing to go second, opening with the Toon World and a Toon Terror. That's huge. Oh, and the Dark Hole. Aw, man. But the Toon World does get Dust Tornadoed. So it's going to be no Toon Summon Skull at the very least. And choosing to set the Goblin Attack Force. Not sure I love that. It's the Celtic Guardian just going to run it straight over. May only be 1,400 attack. But without Toon World, Celine can't fight back with these particular tunes. 2,800 to the face. Without Krieg, Mark is our only military representation left. And unfortunately, the AI likes to think about Toon Bookmark and Toon Table more as a card draw engine than a card it needs. Down to only 500 life points, which means Toon World can't even be activated. I think that means Mark is taking the perfect victory here. Gets the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. And a second freed. And just like that, Mark reverses and takes it 2-1. And our final match of round 1 goes to Mark as we head into top 16. Starting with what feels like could have been 2 main characters in another universe. Yukio versus Twyla. The champ is back, taking on Twyla's Dark Magician deck. This might be his hardest test yet. Ooh, especially not a great opening hand here. Dark Magic Curtain getting the Dark Magician. The Hero Signal getting the Stratos. Stratos searching Blade Edge. Oh, Blade Edge just deals with this. What a pickup. Yukio just knows how to play this game. Legit not a monster I would have thought to grab. But yeah, it does have 100 more attack than Dark Magician. And now multiple back row to deal with various things that could be coming. Alright, bringing back the Dark Magician. In defense mode. Paying 1,000 for the instant fusion to get the Flame Swordsman. And using Polymerization to go into Dark Flare Knight. Hero blasting back the Sparkman here. But Dark Flare Knight destroyed by battle. So Mirage Knight is here. Deals 2,800 damage. Clears the Blade Edge. And now Neo is 1,700 and going to be able to hold the board, hypothetically, depending on what Yu-Gi-Oh draws. Alright, Sparkman not able to beat Neo. However, we know Yu-Gi-Oh has some defense, has some offense. Speaking of, it doesn't help him win, but it might help him hold the board for just a little bit. Magician's Rod, getting 1,000 knives. 400 deflected from the Clayman. His body is built to last, so we'll have to see if that's true. A second Clayman, probably going to get a little more deflected here is Yu-Gi-Oh. Only 300 this time. Is that back row a bluff, or is it something real? Ooh, Dark Renewal. However, choosing to Dark Hole. A very risky proposition here. Legion 1,300. Is this the end of Yu-Gi-Oh in Game 1? Blazeman sending Necro Shade. Going to add the Dark Magician to hand. Only 1,200 attack. Alright, we know 2 cards in Twyla's hand don't do anything at the moment. Blazeman sending the Stratos. Wildheart 1,500. Blazeman disguised as Stratos is going to take Game 1. A very, very close one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Not a single fusion that game. Twyla choosing to go second. Ooh, honestly, a very good hand here. Emergency call getting the Blazeman. Blazeman pitching Necro Shade. Couple of face downs. Ocean and Clayman backup, definitely pretty good. And goodbye, Rapid Fire Magician. And the Woodsman. Alright, Ocean's gonna eat that Trap Hole. However, not choosing to go in for 26. Choosing instead to wall up with 1,800 defense. Blazeman going up to 1,500 attack. Only a King of the Swamp. So Woodsman's gonna get in for 1,000. Not quite sure why Yu-Gi-Oh didn't get in for 2,600 last turn, but it is what it is. Alright, the Magician's Rod getting the 1,000 knives. Gonna choose to hit the Woodsman. I think that was a very smart decision. Choosing to Dark Hole here. Instead of going for a potential fusion or setting something up. Yu-Gi-Oh being very patient. The emergency call, what are we seeing? Stratos. Stratos, search Wildheart. And the triple fusion going into Elemental Hero Core. Alright. Well, time to find out if Twyla has anything for this at all. No, can't even play a single card in her hand. Gonna just choose to MST the back row of the Dark Renewal. Twyla down to only 1,600 life points. And Core is just such a strong monster. Yeah, paying 800 to get the Dark Magician on the board. The Thousand Knives clearing the Core. Stratos. Searching Stratos. Actually, don't think that's a bad idea. A little deck thinning. Only takes 700 here. Stratos gets the Sparkman. Miracle Fusion. The Core and Necroshade into Escarido. And with that, Yukio takes it. And Yukio with the 2-0. Taking down Dark Magician. As next, we're going to see Diana versus Lacey. Two women with decks that really throw... Two women with decks that really throw hands. We'll have to see how it goes. Not a great opener here from Diana. Just gonna Harpies the back row. And there we go. Thanks to the drawing of that Amazoness Fighter. Couple of face downs. Rush recklessly. Unfortunately for Lacey, not a lot she can do at the moment. Oh, and the Paladin at 1900 attack now. Getting rid of the Paladin here. Unfortunately, Amazoness Archers. Almost any monster Diana draws here is going to be game. Yep, a Tiger will do it. That is going to be game one for Diana in a pretty straightforward fashion. Can Lacey turn this around in game two, or is Diana going to get the 2-0 over our favorite mom here? Pot of Greed. Lacey, I think, hoping to really get something committed to the board. Unfortunately, that Sogan's going to pump the Amazoness deck as well. Hunter of Black Feathers beaten by 100. The Paladin and the Tiger. Unfortunately, that pump effect going to help get through. Turning this into a crash. I mean, she was losing the Warwolf at the end of turn anyway, so it really just prevented 700 damage. Diana keeping it going. Lacey with only 2,000 life points. Are we going to see back-to-back perfect victories here from Diana? The answer is yes. No, no, no. 700 life points left. Right, the upstart. That's it, unfortunately. Lacey gets 2-0'd. A perfect victory each time. Still a good showing, I believe. Alright. And with that, Lacey has been eliminated in the top 16. I mean, I feel like anybody who makes it to the top 16, you still have to be proud of yourself. Be that Twyla or Lacey. But next, two of our more unconventional decks in the tournament. Shy versus Jen. Shy silently moving. Starting the incantation with their water reptile deck. We'll have to see what that can accomplish. What's the call here? Definitely wasn't 10. Rocket Warrior Sphinx Talia. If not for that dark hole, that could have been brutal. Instead, Gagagigo and Rocket Warrior on Shy's side of the board. With Snake Whistle and Damage Equals Reptile, what's getting popped here? Snake Whistle, okay. Jen responding with a Dark Hole of her own. Tribute Burial, getting out the Sphinx Talia. Now even monsters in defense mode are going to be a little bit of a problem. It's going to be little chips of burn. I mean, it's better than taking the damage, but... Shy not in a good position here. Oof, Luminous Sparks, making that 3,000. Does Damage Equal Reptile not work there? Nope, from a battle involving a reptile monster. Okay, if Jen gets basically anything here, I think we are going to game 2. Shining Angel. Alright, it's only going to make it 39. Shy down to just 500 life points. So basically, yeah, unfortunately, there's really no way out of this. Sphinx Talia with the burn effect, dealing 600. Jen going up 1 game. Shy going first again. Can they turn this around? Gigabyte, Gagagigo, Gigagagigo, and Yamori Mori. Not the best hand in the world, but definitely playable. Alright, Kaiser Seahorse takes out the Yamori Mori. Gigabyte, fine to just go in defense mode, especially. Jen with no summon, though. Oh, there we go, for the Androsphinx. Jen basically saying, alright, Kaiser Seahorse it is. Gagagigo getting Trap Hold. It was a very, very good little thing to set up here, if not for the Trap Hole. And the Pot of Greed. Rocket Warrior, Kaiser Seahorse. That is Jen down to only 4,800. Or Shy down to only 4,800. Jen calling level 7 with reasoning. Able to get a monster on board to go into the Giga Gaga Gigo. Unfortunately, only has 1,500 defense. It's gonna be 3,300. This might be the end for Shy here. Yep, there's no combination of attacks that this isn't game. Gale Lizard gonna bounce one Herald of Creation, but it doesn't matter. His 1,800 goes to the face. Jen with the 2-0. Jen moving on with the 2-0. As next we look at Olwen versus Aiden. Ice versus XYZ. Let's see if Aiden really was holding back that much power before. Olwen with an okay hand here. Snow Dragon driving snow. Z Metal Tank just for 100 damage. Now that's one ice counter on the Z Metal Tank. Harping away the enemy controller. Just setting the flip frozen. Alrighty. Putting everything to defense. Definitely not a bad one here for Olwen. I would have loved to have seen the Fenrir attack first, actually. To stop a card draw. There's the Spell Canceller. Now that Cold Wave's not going to do anything. Two 1,800 attack point monsters just staring at each other. There goes the Ice Doll. Are we going to see the crash? Yes, we are. Now Olwen doesn't have any spells to get out of this situation. Just going to set the Snowman effect. $2,800. Alright, well, Snowman Creator. Placing a nice counter, running over Jade Knight. However, that's going to get the Search of the X-Head Cannon. So it was a noble effort, but... Ooh, X-Head Cannon getting the Z Metal Tank. Going to the XZ here. Getting rid of the Driving Snow and the Snowman effect. Oh, flips face up. Snowman Creator at 3,400 at least for the turn. Only one snow counter on board right now. Shining Angel able to deal with that. That is going to be 4,200 to the face. Olwen, you got anything else? Well, a Pot of Greed's an opportunity. Except it's not because of the Spell Canceller. Aiden is going to take game 1 with the XZ. Olwen, a very dangerous competitor. We can't count them out quite yet. Alright, just a couple of sets and a pass. Getting to Harpy away the back row. Unfortunately, Olwen basically drawing every single card in their deck that just can't be summoned. Alright, well there's the Cold Enchanter. Forced to TT here. Jade Knight, another 1,000. And another Cold Enchanter. But this time, Aiden's going to be able to get the X-Head Cannon. So this may really help get solid control of the board with an 1800 attack point monster. Diamond Dust, I mean, would be okay, if not for the Dust Tornado. Dropping Olwen down here to 4,000 life points. Aiden not being as aggressive as he could be. But another bricky draw. This is almost every single high-level monster in Olwen's deck. Unfortunately, that's how the RNG of card games goes sometimes. Sometimes you just draw that poorly. Setting the Cold Wave. It's a hopeful distraction. Luckily, Aiden not quite able to finish the job. As long as Aiden doesn't draw basically any monster. Dark holes here for some reason. Whatever works, I suppose. Z-Metal Tank going to take the game for the 2-0. Aiden, the next to join our top 8. So we head to the bottom half of the bracket with Damon versus Baru. Damon already giddy that the people he wanted to lose have lost, but now he still needs to win. Saving the unexpected die. Interesting maneuver. See how it works out for him. There we go, the unexpected die. The Dark Blade. The Hunter Dragon and the Crawling Dragon number 2, making first of the dragons. Pretty quick to clear this board up. Baru in a bad position here. Plus a Hunter Dragon back in hand. We're going to see first of the dragons do something for the first time in this event. Yeah, it looks like it just being a big monster is an issue. Baru's struggling. Reborning the Dark Blade. Just dealing 100 damage, setting a couple of face down cards. Guard Mantis at least setting up a little defense. But this first of the dragons, it needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible, or it is light. Yep, that's it for Picrew in game 1. This first of the dragons clears out the Guard Mantis. Crawling Dragon and Dark Blade. Picrew's come so far. You know, she's hoping not to choke it away here. Choosing to go first. Ooh, and a killer opener by Damon. Flying Kamakiri pass, that's not going to be enough. Kyptera, Crawling Dragon number 2. Getting the Horned Saurus. Fusion Recovery Plant, Dark Blade. Dealing 2400 this turn. Damon not even going to let the Guard Mantis go to defense mode, just going to go ahead and pop it here and get back the Crawling Dragon. Swords might help. Reinforcement of the army. Getting Dark Blade, Captain of the Evil World. Pitching it for polymerization. And fusing Dark Blade and Crawling Dragon for that copy of First of the Dragons. And getting the Dark Blade back. These few little upgrades have made Damon feel incredibly powerful. Forced to lair wire here. At least it's going to get rid of the First of the Dragons. But, very importantly, there goes the swords. Horned Saurus summoning the Pitch Dark Dragon. But Guard Mantis is here with 2400 defense. Gonna have to dig deep here. Kyptera getting the polymerization. Fusing itself and Horned Saurus for another Horned Saurus. Just to deal 2000 direct. Lair wiring away the Dark Blade. By getting back the Kyptera. Oh, the fusion weapon. Getting the Praying Mantis. Now with 3500 attack, how do you deal with this if you're Picrew? Just gonna deal 100 here. I mean, she can only do her best here. But That Verdant Sanctuary at least is going to continue to thin the deck. Maybe Baru can find something here. Flying Kamakiri. Gets the Flying Kamakiri #1. Hornsaurus. Going to get a search. Get a Guard Mantis. 900 direct from the Pitch Dark Dragon. Alright, Baru, do you have anything? The answer was she had a Leerwire, but that is it. Unfortunately, we are going to be losing another member of the last regionals. First Panay, then Lacey. Now Baru with exact damage. Damon already outperforming when we last saw him, heading into the top 8. Next, 2 very hard-hitting decks of Magnus and Heart. Alright, 2 decks that, you know, 2 supplemental engines to a particular legendary deck in an anime. Here, both standing on their own. Face Knights and Magnet Warriors, I mean, both good stuff. Foolishing away Gamma the Electromagnet Warrior. Rat into rat. This rat into Legendary Jujutsu Master. Pop the back row, set another Jujutsu Master, and you know this is going to put pause on that Giltia. Freed going back to hand, or back to top of deck. Giltia also going to top of deck. But kind of what you have to do if you're Heart here, unfortunately. Karaz. You're getting back Gamma the Electromagnet Warrior. Bringing out Gamma and passing. I feel like Legendary Jujutsu Master was going to be a little bit of a better play there. Choosing instead to hit Gamma, which turns out to be a great play with that Valkyrion in hand. Ooh, and the 3rd beta. Unfortunately, the AI not a big fan of putting down that Legendary Jujutsu Master. Doing something about that Karaz would be fantastic. But unfortunately, down goes Beta. Into the Giltia. And placing down the Alpha. Yeah, unfortunately. Not sure how to convince them to play a little better with that Jujutsu Master. There it is, a little late, unfortunately. And Karaz is going to take game 1 here. Magnus, can you pull it back in game 2? Or is Heart just her? Blade Knight and 3 face downs. I think a good TT there. But the Queen's Knight, I mean... Oh, and the Giant Rat gets trap hold. I saw the vision there, but it just didn't quite work out. And hopefully this ends up being a good Solemn target. Yeah, I think getting the Karaz with it's not bad. Alright, Magnus, what can you do here? This is your chance to pull ahead. Jujutsu Master in attack mode, unfortunately. And the Freed, 400. Alright, Magnus, you gotta do something. Gets the beta here. But I mean, that's 900 damage at least. Jack's Knight. Very easy to clear the beta here. $2K defense, that's something. Alright, we wait on bated breath. Can Magnus do it? Foolish Burial. Then just beta in attack position. Rhoda picking up Blade Knight here. At least Gamma can hold the board for now. But we know she has Karaz waiting in the wings. Just passing. Alright. Well, the Jujutsu Master may cause mild strife here, but... Oh. Yeah, the Karaz is a big one. It's gonna deal with that Gamma. And that's going to be it. Heart is going to 2-0 Magnus. Just a solid showing here. Heart with the 2-0. And a convincing one at that. Next, another top 3 competitor in Varus going against Kaina's Jinzo. Varus, not the most trap heavy deck, so might be able to work around the Jinzo a little bit here. Not a great opener here. But, I mean, Masked Dragon isn't terrible. I forget the name of this card. Dimensional Fortress Weapon. Stops milling, but doesn't stop summons from the deck. Oh, Dralago. Fortress Weapon hitting another Mass Dragon. Varus could really use a Claw of Hermos here. You know what? Dark Hole's not too bad. I love a little Wingguard play here. Oh, Mahavilo gets TT'd. Okay. The Reflect Bounder. Could be a huge issue here. Very good play, choosing to only take 1100. Gets destroyed by battle. Gets to sneak in 11 more hundred. And very key is a floater here. Ooh, Cyber Raider could potentially be a real issue for Varus moving forward, because he does obviously run a lot of equips with this Claw of Hermos, so has to be very careful about that. With the Dark Hole. Okay. Alright. Only one Cyber Raider left, at least. But only 2,600 life points. At least gets to go in with the Ancient Dragon, who's going up to 1,900 attack. Axe Dragonoot going to get Solemn Warning. Red Solemn Judgment. Regardless. This tomato goes into a tomato. Jinzo with the Amplifier. What was only a 75 life point difference is now a terrible situation here for Varus. At least kinda can't. Oh, even better, Amplifier kills Jinzo when it's destroyed. Now at 1275, one card in hand. Dralago gets to attack directly when your opponent only has monsters stronger, but that's not quite enough. As the little Wingguard comes down, and Varus is going to take game one by only 500 life points. Very, very close. As we head into game two. Kind of very easily could have taken that. You know, Varus cannot get comfortable here. A couple of twin-headed behemoths, little Wingguard. Yeah, I like the Wingguard in defense mode here. 1800 defense. And only 1700 attack on that weapon. Choosing to Dark Hole here instead of Fissure. As Mahavilo gets in for 1550. A really unfortunate Dark Hole play there. Could have been up by another 1400. Yeah, not having the little Wingguard on the board here has to hurt a lot. And I would have loved to have just seen Varus going with the Benkai here. Or potentially with the twin-headed behemoth. One of the two. We might be seeing game 2 go to Kaina here if nothing gets turned around. Alright, swords. That might help turn things around. That's going to be even harder to crash into that Reflect Bounder. Into the Red Eyes Black Dragon Sword. There we go, the twin-headed behemoth going to 3,500 attack. However, that Reflect Bounder is an issue. Just gonna have to work around it as best he can. Oh, and there's the Cyber Raider issue I was talking about. Except, unfortunately not popping the Black Dragon Sword, instead popping the 7 completed. Alright, just gonna run over a couple of monsters here. Trilago for 100, gonna crash the Reflect Bounder. Dekuichi in for 1,400. Only 2,950 left. At least has 1,000 Behemoth on the board, but yeah, this is looking closer and closer to the end. And the Jinzo. Ancient Dragon just a little late. Are we going to see one more monster from Kaina here? We are. And we are going to game 3. Are we going to see the next top 5 duelist fall here? A lot going to ride on this match. The last Draconian participant. I mean, a lot for Varus to have to live up to here. Having Kaina go first is an interesting choice. Tomato and a face down. Varus responding with his own pot of greed. Very smartly fissuring instead of doing a floater battle here. Would have loved if that had been an Ancient Dragon, but I think Master Dragon is good in its own way here. Alright, 7 completed, putting that Cyber Raider at 21. Varus very much needing a good draw here soon. Losing the trap hole. Lady Warrior of the Wasteland. Twin-headed Behemoth. I mean, you know, that's a couple of more attacks to take. Unfortunately, those Lady Warriors in the deck can only float into each other. Here, reborning the Behemoth. 1700 to the face. Is this going to be it for Varus? He's very, very much running out of options. Okay, Dark Hole's a good one. It's exactly what he needed. Now that Ancient Dragon gets in for 14, gets a 5k boost. Swords giving 3 turns here for Kaina, but I mean, I don't know how much good that's going to do her, at least in the short term. Okay, you know what? 7 completed on a Reflect Bounder. That's pretty good work, actually. Gonna need something quickly. So again, can just manage to put Varus on that back foot. At least he is returning with his own swords. Perhaps an opportunity to get a claw. A second Reflect Bounder. Choosing to minimize the damage taken here. Had to deal with one of those, hopefully looking to find some way to deal with the other, or the Dralago. Down to just 1100 life points. Dralago at 1600 attack, but even more so, Jinzo with an amplifier at 2400 attack. And now Varus is locked out of traps if he happens to draw one. Oh, hold on, the Red Eyes Black Dragon Sword to the Bin K, 4500 attack, and just like that, Varus not only stops the bleeding, but wins the game at just 1 card. Varus just pulling it out to get into top 8. Time for the final top 16 match between Nurm versus Mark. Now we've seen from Panay, if you're fast enough, potentially you can overrun Nurm. We'll have to see if Mark can do that. Mark being made to go first. Let's see. A decent opener here for Nurm. Reinforcement of the army. Getting obnoxious Celtic Guard. Marauding Captain, obnoxious Celtic Guard. And United We Stand. A very powerful equip spell. There goes the Aqua Mirror. Freed the Matchless General. $3,000 direct from the obnoxious Celtic Guard. And Mark guaranteed to draw a monster next turn. See what monster comes to the top. Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. 2300 freed, and then Warrior Lady in for another 1100. Nurm being completely manhandled here. Yeah, salvage gets the beast and the Ariel back, but this might be it for game 1. Getting the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. And with 4,600 direct, Mark is going to take game 1. Taking his job as the only military member left very seriously, it looks like. But, I mean, Panay won game 1 last time, so not going to count Nurm out after that. And that is a turn 1 Tetrogre. Meanwhile, Mark just sets one and passes. Shadow getting another Aqua Mirror. Vision. Getting a Levianima. Giving up the Tetrogre and the Abyss to go into Levianima here. And premature barreling back the Shadow. Aqua Mirror back into deck to add the Tetrogre. What an incredible series of plays to end up on both the Levianima and the Tetrogre. Tetrogre effect. Levianima drawing a card. Lady Warrior of the Wasteland. Going into another Lady Warrior. This time going into Exiled Force. Alright, well that's going to at least be a pop here. I think I would have loved to have seen the Obnoxious Celtic Guard here, but at least Levianima's gone. Tetrogre. That's the second United We Stand gone. Levianima back to hand. And the Vision being a 1-card ritual means Levianima is in fact back. Alright. Well, at least that is a stopgap when it comes to the ritual monsters. Once again, Levianima is gone. Sending away a trap. Pot of Greed going to get magic drained here. Is there going to be a discard? Yes, get rid of the Noblemen of Crossout to negate the magic drain, so Mark's going to get 2 cards here. Reinforcement of the Army for Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Then setting and passing. Mother Grizzly can in fact deal with that Celtic Guard, unfortunately. Tetrogre, however, cannot deal with that Celtic Guard. Oh, super unfortunate there. That was such a good opportunity. United we stand, however, on the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Would have loved to have seen it on the Obnoxious here, but you're getting the Levianima back. Alright, is Levianima Tetrogre enough? is a 2900 attack point Celtic Guard Noble Arms, so at least for the time being, it's a wall. Oh, yep, 4500 attack is pretty good. Goes the Mastar Boy. Reborning the Marauding Captain, so the lock is up. Now the big issue is getting enough cards out of hand here. So that Celtic Guard of Noble Arms can attack. Out of monster zones. Getting back the Shadow and the Mother Grizzly. Alright, well, Mark down to just 10 cards in deck, and passing. Gonna pop that face down there, just an Gaia Power. Oh! Is this enough? Celtic Guard runs over the Mother Grizzly by 500. Obnoxious Celtic Guard runs over the Mother Grizzly by 500. Freed runs over the Tetrogre. And bricking on a second Ritual Monster. Mark, only 8 cards left in deck. Comes a second Freed. Freed for 13, the Obnoxious Celtic Guardian. And that's it, Mark. 2 O's Nurm going into top 8. What a crazy upset as Mark gets the 2-0 over Nurm. Meaning we are at our top 8. Yukio versus Diana, Jen versus Aiden, Damon versus Hart, and Varys versus Mark. These are our top 8 competitors in the world right now. I'm super excited to see how this goes as we have a warrior showdown between Elemental Hero and Amazonas. Yukio been continuing to look unstoppable, but Diana has not been a slouch whatsoever. Oh, but what a sick opener here. Just an Amazonas Chainmaster. The E-Emergency Call, getting Stratos. Stratos for Stratos. The triple fusion of Sparkman, Wildheart, and Ocean. Paying 1500 to take the Stratos here. But already Diana down to 3500. And just like that, on turn 4, Yukio takes it clean. Once again, looking absolutely crazy as he always has. This time, Diana getting to attack first. Oh, I mean, she got to last turn, but, you know, she wants to keep going second, so... Alright, not nearly as explosive of a hand here. feather dusting away that trap hole. Oh, that's huge. It's going to stop the polymerization search here. I would have loved that that had been Clayman face down instead, but it is what it is. Alright, well, here we are going to get the polymerization search. And what are we gonna see? Two Woodsmen and a Clayman going back to core. If it ain't broke, no need to change anything. Core has just been fantastic. Woodsman getting in. Start putting Yukio all the way to 10,000 life points. Unfortunately, paying 1,500 to find out there is no monster in Yukio's hand. Doesn't feel like anything's worth fusing here. Giant Rat plus Rush Recklessly. Finally dealing the first damage to Yukio, but it is, you know, he is still over 8,000. So even with the first blood drawn, it's still nothing. Another poly to hand. Miracle Fusion. Clayman and Sparkman going into Thunder Giant. However, probably should have summoned that in attack mode. Oh, no, I guess not this time. Swordswoman just using this opportunity to get in a little bit of chip. Swordswoman again getting in a little bit of chip. The rats to defense mode. Blazeman sending Wildheart. Then Wildheart, Thunder Giant, and Blazeman for another core. And then 2 cores for Gaia. Might have overdone it there just a little bit, Yukio, but I mean, you still have a Gaia on board, I suppose. Comes the hero signal, getting out the Sparkman. The emergency call for Blade Edge into the dark hole. Yukio still up by 5,900 life points. Setting a Hero Blast. Finally getting Yukio below 8,000. Did he completely overdo it with all of those polys in one turn? Hero Blasting the Sparkman to hand. Does it need to be higher attack? Let's see real quick. Yeah, okay. I was wondering, like, wouldn't Clayman have been good, but... Alright. Paladin getting in for 19. Oh, drawing the Necro Shade. Looks like we might finally be seeing Yukio go to a game 3 here. Emergency call for Stratos. Going to rush recklessly on the Paladin. Stratos searching up a Stratos. And with that, we are going to game 3. I guess Yukio got too excited with his new summoning he can do with these cards to see what everybody looked like. Is this going to be the end for Yukio as we go into game 3? Is this what it's going to take to finally put an end to his winning streak? Such clear bait, in my opinion. Yep. The rush recklessly. Just going to summon Stratos. Add a Blade Edge to hand. Don't love setting the Miracle Fusion there, but... Diana does have the swords. Now playing the Miracle Fusion, fusing Clayman and Stratos into his signature monster, Great Tornado. Now Paladin's not going to be able to get the kind of attack points she needs, hypothetically. Fighting Spirit was going to be a decent little option there. Alright. Amazoness Tiger, pretty good. Can enough Amazonesses get on board to deal with the Great Tornado? Gonna give Yukio 1,000 life points here. Have her no Amazoness. A giant rat instead. Ooh, drawing the Necro Shade, not great. Gonna lose the Sparkman here. Amazoness Fighter a little too late, perhaps. Blazeman getting the polymerization. Fusing Sparkman and Necro Shade to go into Escarido. And doing a lot of damage to the board here. I mean, nothing wrong with Amazon's Fighter in attack mode. You don't take battle damage anyway. So I'm going to clean up those two monsters. But now, Great Tornado, Escarido. Very big. And the E-Emergency Call. Necroshade, however, bringing out the Blade Edge. $1,400 damage. Giant Rat. Another 1,600. This Giant Rat going into Amazoness Tiger. There we go, with enough Amazonesses to get to 3,100 attack. But unfortunately, it might not be enough. Blazeman getting the polymerization. Combining Stratos and Blazeman to go into another great tornado. Luckily, no battle damage here. But this may be it for Diana. Yeah, 0 battle damage. But she gets the Dark Hole. Now, Clayman does have a clay body built to last, so let's see if it can. Double Clayman, double the opportunity to get some deflected damage potentially, but also it is not advancing the game state. Oh, there we go, emergency call. One more Stratos. Stratos for Sparkman. Just flipping one Clayman over. And there we go. Yukio has made it to top 4. Diana, the first to get a game off of Yukio, and I think had a shot at it, but that's all there was, is Yukio wins the game. Next, Jen versus Aiden. Jen, very impressive with Pyramid of Light so far, but Aiden has been no slouch whatsoever. Honestly, either of these two definitely will deserve the top 4 spot. Calling level 8. Alright. Double Shining Angel here for Jen. Aiden, however, does not care with that X-Head Cannon. What's this Dust Tornado hitting? Dust Tornado. Okay. Rocket Warrior. Effect to lower X-Head Cannon by 500. A very impressive one. X-Head Cannon again. Aiden with not the most crazy of starts here. Already down to 2,700 life points. Yeah, Dark Hole will clean that right up, though. However, with nothing he feels like he can play. Down to just 900 life points. There's the wide dragon head. A little bit of pressure, but when you're down this much, you have to be very, very careful. Another Herald of Creation, but the Dark Hole that had been set for a few turns comes through. Herald of Creation is going to take game 1. Just looks like not a great opener for Aiden there. see how he does. In game 2, he is going first. Jen, not a great hand for her, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Aiden gets pot agreed, a couple of face downs. Oh, there we go. Magic Shield type 8. Spell Shield type 8. Whatever. Alright, Reasoning. Just gets a Skull Angel and passes. Not a fantastic one here, but at least has a Pyramid of Light on the board. And a TT. Now the Tribute Burial is online. Shining Angel gets in for 14. Shining Angel instrumental in the last victory Jen just had over Aiden. The Rocket Warrior, the other instrumental card in defeating Aiden in the last game. You've got a high-level deck like Jen. Swords of Revealing Light is sometimes absolutely necessary. Two XZ tank dragons, or tank cannons. Okay, Pyramid of Light gets flipped face up. So, no destruction there. There's going to be two Rocket Warriors. Alright, last turn of swords here on Aiden. No follow-up, however. Now the first thing I would love to see destroyed are these Rocket Warriors. And it looks like Aiden agrees with me. Okay, a huge pot of greed here. Andro Sphinx has 2,500 defense. Aiden, however, choosing to go with dealing the damage. I definitely don't hate that. Pulls Jen within 500 life points. Oh, it's going to be a big Harpies here. Andro Sphinx, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. But the Smashing Ground, and it's going to pull Jen almost to the loss here. Only 300 life points left. Pyramid of Light cannot be used to summon any Sphinxes at this point. Unfortunate for Jen here, Z-Metal Tank is not the defense you need, meaning we are going to Game 3. Who is facing Yukio in the top 4? Former Pro Aiden. Museum Curator Jen. Ooh, Thenan. You never want to draw Thenan under any circumstances. The MST is going to hit the TT. So just 1,500 from the Y Dragon Head. This MST, however, is going to hit. They both got rid of each other's torrential tribute. Well, there's the Pyramid of Light, so... 2200. Out comes the Androsphinx. Out comes the Sphinx Talea. Not in attack mode after the Luminous Sparks. They're popping the Pyramid of Light, but here comes Thenan. At 3,500 attack points. Jen may be down in life, but Thenan is very big. One of the only times in my life I've seen that card summoned, and I've played this deck myself. Ooh, bringing back the Spell Canceller. Making it significantly harder for Aiden to come back here at all. Without spell cards, this might be the end for Aiden. Alright, Jade Knight survives an attack. Hexhead Cannon. The Androsphinx. Just a roulette barrel in attack mode. Is this the AI conceding? It looks like it. As Thenan gets in and Jen goes to top 4. And with another 2-1, as you'd kind of expect at this point, Jen takes it over Aiden. Time for the other half of the top 8 as Damon takes on Hart. Alright, can our number 2 player make it into the top 4? Damon will be going first against Hart here. Light versus dark. Very thematic here. It's Hart, reinforcement of the armies for Freed the Brave Wanderer. Ooh, losing the TT. Seen a lot of good snipes with TTs today. And gets the shield crush. Having that Jax Knight in hand. Fantastic. Another Jax Knight and a Blade Knight. Alright, well, it's going to take a big move here from Damon. This is not quite game. Nope, it's exact game. I was wrong. Hart just perfects Damon despite such a strong start. Immediately putting him on the ropes. Will Damon continue doing what he does best? Choking at the finish line? Or will he pull this back from Hart? The MST is going to hit. Alright, well that's a very good trap to hit. The double Dark Blade beatdown. more Darkblade beatdown as the Hunter Dragon wipes out that King of the Swamp. Damon is refusing to let this slip away from him. Here, fusing away into Darkblade the Dragon Knight. And just like she perfected him, he's going to perfect Heart. Making this a very, very unpredictable Game 3. Both of them beat each other in a way that made it look easy. So who takes it? Not the strongest opener for Damon here. Double poly TT. It's going to take a lot of draws to work his way out of this. Forced to TT the Jax Knight. Unfortunately, that trap works from Graveyard too. Instead, choosing to draw a card. Could have put on a tremendous amount of pressure there. Crawling Dragon forced to play defense. King's Knight and Freed getting in. Damon with only 4,600 life points, 2 polymerizations in hand. Unexpected die, though, is big. 1,800 attack could be exactly what he needs to hold things down, but there's the Blade Knight. Damon down to 2,800 to Heart 79. And that's it. Damon will not be making top 4 despite all the work he's put in. Sometimes it's not enough. In another 2-1. Heart with another upset. Maybe she was seated too low coming into this tournament. As Damon storms out, the first of the top 3 to fall. We have one more top 3 matchup as Varus takes on Mark to see who gets the final top 4 slot. Varus trying to be the pride of Draconia. Mark trying to make his friends proud. Mark getting to go second. Let's see who can handle it. Axe Dragonoot, very good opener. 2,000 attack. Reinforcement of the army getting Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Able to empty out his hand and immediately get in for a total of 2,700 on the first turn. And steal away the Axe Dragonoot. Varus already in a very bad way. Alright, at least able to get to 2,000 attack with the Vanguard of the Dragons. Now with 4 cards in hand, it's going to be very hard to empty those out. Not quite able to get the kill here. Mark standing triumphantly with the knights he has summoned. Can he win this from here? Mahavilo. And I think that, yeah, oh, yep, that's very much it. Game 1 going to Mark. Not even playing around, getting rid of the Mahavilo here. And Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. 2100. We are going to game 2. Varus couldn't draw what he needed there. Is Mark going to continue to upset the odds and get into this top 4? Triple Twin-Headed Behemoth, Trap Hole, Dust Tornado. Not fantastic, but it can do something. However, Mark with the Pot of Greed. Marauding Captain getting Trap Hold here. Obnoxious Celtic Guardian with United We Stand. However, Dust Tornado getting rid of the United We Stand, getting rid of the Obnoxious Celtic Guard. Now 3,050 to the face. Mark's creatures are not large on their own. Exiled forced to get rid of the Mahavilo. Stem the bleeding a little bit with the Marauding Captain. But now 2 Twin-Headed Behemoths. Varus might be taking this to game 3 right here. Giant Rat with a face-down card. Giant Rat's going to hold things off for just a little bit, it looks like. The Obnoxious Celtic Guard. Dust Tornadoing that back row. Into Freed the Matchless General. Alright, and getting rid of that TT helps Mark a lot here. Now Varus very much has ways out of this. Just has to draw it. However, 4 monsters on board is going to be very helpful for that, hypothetically at least. Here comes another Obnoxious Celtic Guard. Noblemen of Crossout banishing Vanguard of the Dragon. Clearing up 2 Twin-Headed Behemoths. Varus was so close. Is he not going to be able to do it? Marauding Captain, of course, can clear the revived Twin-Headed. And with low life points, very smartly attacking the face down with the Freed. Yeah, you miss out on some damage, but that was absolutely the right play. Little Wingard. This time Freed getting a Celtic Guardian. $2,800 direct from the 2 Celtic Guards. Are we seeing the end of Varus here? I think so. The Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. And with the card he got from Case, Mark has locked in top 4. There we go, Mark with another upset, taking out the 3rd ranked player in 2-0 fashion. Meaning seeds 1, 20, 22, and 23 are in our top 4. I want to know right now, who's going to finals? Who's winning the whole thing? Who's winning the special prize that the creator has set aside for the winner. I hope you're excited, because we're jumping straight to Yukio versus Jen. Alright, time to see if Pyramid of Light has what it takes to stop the elemental heroes. We finally saw Yukio lose a game. I guess we'll have to see, though. Stratos gets Dark Hold here. Oh, but we're about to see a massive turn. Stratos searching up the Blade Edge. Blade Edge plus Sparkman. Get you Gaia. Gaia having Kaiser Seahorse's attack. Then, of course, the triple fusion from the graveyard of Core. $3,050 directly to the face. Already Jin massively behind. And only can set a monster and pass. And that's it. Turn 4 for Yukio again. He's just taking it. Jen's really going to need to fight back these next 2 games if she's going to win. Alright, not nearly as strong of a start this time. But, as we've said, clay body, it's built to last. However, just gonna TT. Doesn't matter though. Reborning back the Kaiser Seahorse. This one Kaiser Seahorse is gonna eat 2 board wipes, it looks like. I think that's a great exchange here if you are Jen. Instead going Blazeman. Trap holing. What's Blazeman gonna do here? Gonna get the Poly. Fusing together 2 Wild Hearts to go into Gaia. Seeing all sorts of crazy fusions from Yukio in this top 4. Getting another Blazeman. The Necroshade, a great send here. Rocket Warrior, not bad to have. There's the Pyramid of Light. Reasoning. Sphinx Talea. Ooh, very sticky here. You want a Dark Hole, but that does get the Thenan. Choosing to get in a little chip before the Dark Hole. Alright. Yukio, no cards in hand. Facing down Thenan and Herald of Creation. We might be seeing Game 3 here. Yes, we are. Jen taking it to Game 3 with Thenan the Great Sphinx. Can she close this out? It's a great, great opener here. Depending on where he chooses to go with it. Necroshade and Ocean into Absolute Zero. Blazeman getting the polymerization this time. Going with Sparkman and Woodsman into Gaia. $50 damage, and then another 5850. What a turn. Seeing a crazy line to maximize damage. And still keeps 2 fusions on the board. Is this it? Are we seeing another turn 4 victory? Oh, Necroshade getting out the Blade Edge. And that's it. As impressive as that last win was, it just wasn't enough to stop Yukio, who is our first finalist. I'm not sure if it's surprising to find out that Yukio has made it to the finals, but we'll have to see which warrior deck he takes on. Is it going to be Heart's Poker Knights, or is it going to be Mark's Celtic Guards? Alright everybody, let's see who can do it. Mark going first. It's been very successful for him so far. This is the first time we are getting Heart's POV. Ooh, a big obnoxious Celtic Guard that can't be destroyed by battle effectively. And banishes with the Nobleman of Cross out. However, instead going into Freed, who gets Trap Hold. Alright. And that's going to summon the Queen's Knight. Summon another Queen's Knight. King's Knight's going to get Trap Hold. However, that still gets out the Jack's Knight. That's going to be 4,900 damage. This might be Mark's last turn in Game 1. Yep, looks like it to me. Bringing back the Jack's Knight. And drawing 2 cards here. And that's going to clean it up. Mark loses Game 1 to Heart in perfect fashion. But we know to count nobody out this event. Everyone's been super strong. See where we can go. Not nearly as crazy of an opener here. Mark continuing on the go first train. Marauding Captain off the Rhoda, however, just gonna set pass. Not choosing to unexpected die here. Exiled Force could be a great way to deal with that Blade Knight. Marauding Captain into Obnoxious Celtic Guardian. And 42 back. Oh, depending on the order, yeah. This is crazy. Unexpected die the Queen's Knight, King's Knight, summon the Jack's Knight. Keep it small to run over the Obnoxious Celtic Guard, and then polymerization into the Arcana Knight Joker. She ran that line perfectly. And is going to draw 3 cards. Screw it, draw 2 more cards. Screw it, reasoning. Mark calling level 8. However, that's the level 5 Jack's Knight. Just the obnoxious, or just the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Unfortunately, it might be over here. Cycling a card. And that's it. Our second finalist is going to be Heart. Can't say Mark did badly at all, though. With the 2-0, Heart takes it over Mark. Meaning, we have Yukio versus Heart in the finals, but first, you gotta run that bronze medal. I mean, it's still massive to finish top 3, so we're gonna have Jen versus Mark right now. Alright, let's see if Mark can get his second bronze medal, or if the Pyramid of Light is the 3rd strongest deck. Not a good opener for Mark. Luminous Spark just for a 1400 attack point Skull Angel. Feather Dusting away the field spell. And passing. How bad is his hand? Alright, just 900. She's just going to keep the pressure up here. Just a face down again. $900 more. Setting another Skull Angel. Alright, Gaia Power. Only 1700, but at least it's a monster on board. Mark is not one to give up, we know this, so see what happens here. $100, 1800 more. Skull Angel beatdown has been crazy. A handful of Sphinxes that Jen doesn't really care about. Just a Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. That might adjust the strategy here for Jen a little bit. Andro Sphinx at 3,500. Andro Sphinx getting a little burn here while the giant rat gets a surge. Tribute Burial. Getting out the Sphinx Talia and... Okay, Pyramid of Light was not face up, so does not wipe the board. Unfortunately, that is a game 1 for Jen here. As Andro Sphinx gets in. Mark has a shot to pull this back to a Game 3 situation. Alright, just a Herald of Creation, Luminous Sparks. Not a bad opener here for Jen. Alright, well, Marauding Captain can get over a lower defense point Skelengel. The obnoxious Celtic Guardian about to put up a great defense here, thanks to this massive boost of Luminous Sparks, or the TT. Now's a great chance for Mark to try and get something done here. Alright. Celtic Guardian. Unfortunately, nothing to back it up. Would not shock me to see a crash here, yep. Another 2,000 from the Rocket Warrior. And a Book of Moon just sitting in the back. Darkhold clear things up. Jen with no real follow-up. At least she'll have that trap hole. Denon is a completely dead draw. You need like 3 total cards to get it out. 1,500. Mark might be able to hang in there and get this to a game 3. Oof. Skelengel beatdown continues, clearing out the exiled force. Here comes the Celtic Guardian. 500 damage. And then the Androsphinx. Freed with just enough attack thanks to the 2 field spells. Yep, we are getting game 3. Mark holding on to see if he could be considered the 3rd best in the world. Or if it's going to be Jen. Jen choosing to go first. Both of them one win away from what I would still consider greatness. More Skelengels for Jen here. Marauding Captain into Marauding Captain. Very, very good TT. Stops the lock. And very smartly waiting until the special summon. 1,500 from Rocket Warrior. Very worth the 500 life to get the Sphinx Talea out. Gonna be a little burn here. Rocket Warrior. This time getting out the exiled force. Mark with the Solemn to stop the Androsphinx. Gonna have the exiled force for the Sphinx Talea, but he's super behind on life points. However, instead of using the exiled force, overpowers with the Freed and the Gaia power. Going to force the Dark Hole here. And he's going to go down to 950 life points after this Herald of Creation. He's down by a lot. Can he pull this back? Obnoxious Celtic Guard. With the United We Stand. Putting himself at 3,400 attack points. But will he be able to attack this turn? Yes, he will. He will, in fact, be able to win the game. Mark places 3rd place. From messy wildcard to 3rd best in the world. Mark has definitely made all of his friends proud. But the victor gets the spoils. We'll have to see if that is Yukio, a man who has absolutely dedicated himself to this game, or if it's Hart, poker player turned Duel Monsters player. Let's get into it. Let's see who is our first official world champion. Yukio versus Hart. I feel like you could have guessed half of this, but I mean, Hart has clearly not been a slouch. Hero Blast Clayman, not a bad opener. Feather dusting away the Hero Blast. However, Freed is not going to beat Clayman here. I do, however, expect a Dark Hole, probably. And here's Wildheart's real chance to shine. Ooh, summons a 1600 attack point monster with the effect. Double Queen's Knight, King's Knight. If Yukio sets the Woodsman here, he might be okay. However, choosing instead to set Clayman. I mean, he understands that is a body built to last. However, Woodsman getting this Poly Search probably would have been considerably better. Or he'll just draw Pot of Greed. Into the E-Emergency Call. Getting Stratos. Stratos getting the Blade Edge. And clearing out a Queen's Knight. And going to negate the trap with MST. Now Hart has to feel the pressure. Alright. Drawing a card here, I think a very good call on Hart's side. Reasoning. Ooh, losing very good cards here. Oh, losing a lot of very good cards. Cannot break through the Woodsman. However, I don't think you need to like that. Standby phase, add polymerization. Fusing 3 elemental heroes from hand to go into core. Core running over a Blade Knight. Popping the other Blade Knight. I would have loved to have seen that be one of the 3 monsters remaining, however. And a Dark Hole. Getting back a King's Knight. 1600. Yukio on the back foot. Will Hart take it from here? Not quite. She definitely could have with that freed. Willing to trade a Sparkman for a King's Knight, unfortunately. The trap just brings it back. Not quite enough damage for Hart to win here. Getting rid of the King of the Swamp. Yukio patient with the Torrential Tribute. Getting rid of the Queen's Knight, getting rid of the last King of the Swamp. Choosing to bring back the Queen's Knight again. King's Knight gets the Jack's Knight. Yep, you definitely have to TT there. But that's just a Jack's Knight from grave. Yukio at 1,200 life points. Only has a Sparkman. I think for the first time we're going to see Yukio go down a game. Banishing 2 to draw 2. Summoning the Karaz. And Jack's Knight gonna put Hart up 1-0. Can Yukio pull it back? Or is his first loss going to be in the finals of Worlds? Emergency call. Getting the Stratos. And just setting the Woodsman and passing. That is going to be such a solid turn. Depending on what else Hart does. Losing the court here. That card has been instrumental in most of her victories. Woodsman gets the polymerization. Stratos, getting another Stratos. Flipping Poly here. The triple fusion. There's Core. And screw it. Another fusion. Woodsman and Stratos. Into Gaia. Absolutely massive damage, dropping Hart all the way down to 2,800 life. Forced to Dark Hole. That does leave Yukio with nothing left. Core, however, bringing back the Gaia. Queen's Knight holding off Sparkman. Hart gonna have to continue to hold things off until she can get something else done here. Like that, Freed taking care of the Gaia. Beating Sparkman by 100. Clayman here to play defense as it is best at. Oh, and the Woodsman, that's huge. Woodsman and Clayman. Woodsman bringing back the Poly. The triple fusion once again. back into core. Popping the Jax Knight. Only having taken 100 damage. Does Hart have anything left for this game? No. Yukio is taking game 2. We are going to game 3 to decide who is the champ. Let me know. I want to know right now. Who's getting game 3? Who's getting the prize? And who's getting the title? Let's go. Yukio going first. Woodsman on the first turn. Reinforcement of the army, getting a freed. A great pick. Din the Pot agreed. Forced to Dark Hole away the Woodsman. Then unexpected die into the Queen's Knight. A wild series of plays, but it at least gets her in an okay position. Stratos gets another Stratos. Wins combat by 300. What next? $1,700. Yukio still not in a great position. And the trap hole. Getting the final Stratos. Trading Dust Tornadoes here. Hart up by a lot. And brings in the freed. Yukio down by 46. Handful of monsters. Stratos getting Sparkman. Has a long way to go if he's gonna win this. The emergency call, not a bad one. Gets the Blazeman. Blazeman gets the polymerization. Something we don't see him do a lot. 2 Wild Hearts and a Sparkman. Goes to core. Stratos runs over the Queen's Knight. Goes in for 39 direct. Hart does not have a Dark Hole. This might be her last turn. Just sets 2 and passes. If that is the Oh my goodness. Summon the Blade Edge. 16. Doesn't even need the Miracle Fusion. Your world champion is Yukio. But it is time for Yukio to receive the first part of his prize. As you know, people were promised games with the world champion, but he was in the tournament. So what this is going to be, instead, is Ayan, creator of the game and secret prize. Ayan has decided to step in to show off her deck at the last minute to make up for all the issues around the event. While not everything went to plan, she's happy to duel Yukio here and give him a tough battle to show what this champ is really capable of. Ayan is here with DDD, and anyone who knows their stuff knows this is not going to be easy for Yukio. I am super excited that she has decided of her own accord to make up for the fact that we were not getting an exhibition at the end of this by going ahead and being the one to give us the exhibition. Let's jump into it right now. That's right, a duel, a full match with the creator of the game, Ayan, who's kept her deck pretty close to the chest, so we'll have to see what that means. This should be a wildly entertaining match before Yukio is given his trophy next week. Let's check it out. Yukio will be going first. You know, he's super excited to get into this duel. I mean, what kind of crazy deck could the creator of the game even use? Going ahead and getting a Blaze Man here. Just setting Woodsman. Just set 3 pass. Okay. A very slow start here for Ayan. Using Blaze Man and Ocean to go into Nova Master. Getting a search for Clayman. Ayan already has lost 4,600 life points. There we go. Dark Contract. Using the DD Night Howl and Swirl Slime to go into Oracle King Dark. Ayan playing the very interesting DDD deck. However, Yukio just drawing what he needs. Bringing back the dark. And taking game 1. With the dark's attack. And we're going to head into game 2. I mean, you know Yukio's good, but Ayan must have not even known just how good Yukio is. The Pot of Greed into Blaze Man to get the polymerization. Using Clayman and Ocean to go into Absolute Zero. Yukio absolutely looking to style in this game, as it's very much just for fun. Could have gone into core, could have gone into all sorts of stuff. But here we go, using the Swirl Slime and the Necro Slime to go back into Oracle King Dark. Here we go, using the Necro Slime to get in another fusion summon into Flame Genghis. But Ab-Zero, I mean, Ab-Zero's so crazy. Just getting rid of the Genghis here. Absolute Zero kind of just holding this game hostage at this point. Getting rid of the Hero Blast. Reborning back the Genghis. Absolute Zero, just everything Yukio needs right now. Getting another polymerization to get rid of the Absolute Zero. To go into another Absolute Zero. dealing 3,700 damage, clearing the board. And I think that's it. DD Baphomet, just not gonna be enough. Miracle Fusion. This time, going into core. The card Yukio has used to carry this entire tournament. And is going to 2-0 the creator of the game in this exhibition match. And now that we're back at the bracket, Yukio 2-1 over Hart. Yukio 2-0 over Aion. We end the tournament. Our top 8 of Damon, Aiden, Diana, Varys, Jen, Mark, Hart, and still undefeated is Yukio. I hope you had fun. I hope you're excited to see the rest of Yukio's prize. And I hope you're looking forward to the future of Magic Era, because I certainly am. I'll see you all in the next episode. Be sure, as always, check out the description for artists, Picrews, all that sort of stuff. And this was just an absolute blast, and I hope you all enjoyed.